Whoops. Yep. What a way to start a show with whoops. I didn't click. Good morning, everyone. We are starting off the day with a technical issue. Thank you. As I was just handed
Whoopsie.
breakfast. And
Whoops.
yes, I have bacon. I have bacon, I have hash browns, and I have toast. And that's all you need to know after that debacle yesterday or the day before. Anyway, this is our live
Hey,
carrying coverage.
there's
I'm here with
wait,
Hank and Pope Phil. Say
wait. There
hi.
was a day. There was a day. There wasn't a debacle.
Yes, there was a day there was no debacle.
I
But
do it.
this morning,
I must. I missed that one.
yes, you did. And okay, we do have an announcement since Pope Phil decided with Shuggy this morning. I am just a bystander in this one. Tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Eastern will be the newscast.
It's
Newscast,
7 o'clock
newscast.
where it counts. 7 o'clock where it
Yes.
counts. Seven
Counts.
o'clock
That's
where it
right.
counts.
Where it counts.
And then immediately following that show, we'll be having our Friday night panel show. Panel show, panel show.
Otherwise
So
known
that's
as the
it.
Friday Night Shit Show on Mark's channel.
Yes, it'll be, I guess, moving over here. But next week, because we're probably changing the time of the news to 6 p.m. Eastern, I'll be deciding that tonight after I see the final poll results, which are on our community page. Please go over to the community page and vote at least once.
Your last
It's 3
opportunity
a.m.
to get him to do it at 3 a.m.
Yes, your last opportunity because the poll is over today. Will probably be at 6 p.m. So the Friday night show will probably start at 8 o'clock next week, and that'll be its permanent time. Guest TBD. I know it's me, Shuggy, Hank. You want to be there?
Depends on how long this goes today.
Okay, I put a question mark for everybody. So we're not advertising us, we're just question marks at this time. So and Verbo didn't want to commit yet, but she'll be around. So she might be joining us as well. And the Australian says he might be there, but he has to leave to take his kid to soccer practice at some
Can we
time.
have Witch of Heart but leave Mark off?
We might. She did say she'd stop by a panel. So
that would be good. That would be good. Yeah.
we could have them both at once, or else she could just, tink a dink a dink and he'd disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Let me check the tab with the actual Karen Reed murder trial on it. We do have some news there. Turtle Boy has decided to give anyone who has previously or knows the name of someone who has previously gotten in a fist fight with Colin Albert $100. He announced this on Twitter, so it's a bounty of sorts where you get $100 if you can name someone who had a fight with Colin Albert. Of course, he had 100 responses to him, all saying John O'Keefe, since that's the conspiracy theory that Aiden has been promoting is John O'Keefe fought with Colin Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins. So does he owe all those people $100?
I don't know.
Yes, just because I don't like Turtle Boy.
Yeah, he didn't state that it had to be, real. Since he's promoting the idea that there was a fight, then I guess anyone who says John O'Keefe gets $100 from Turtle Boy. See Turtle Boy's website and claim that $100, folks, if that's indeed what he's giving out. Turtle Boy did post that he is in the courtroom right now, but he's gonna have to leave as soon as Colin Albert gets back to the stand. And then he won't be in all day because the other two scheduled witnesses are Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. So out of spite, since they won't fill his seat, no one can have that seat for the rest of the day. because they have to reserve it for Turtle Boy.
Now, my only closest thing to journalism is pretending to be the weatherman here.
Yes. And how is the weather right now? Quickly.
Bright, sunny, and 62. So sunshine all day, or heading up to the high in the mid 80s.
But what's the weather at Hank's place? I bet you don't know that one.
I'm gonna just go out on a limb and go hot as fuck.
Okay.
Actually, it's only 63 degrees so far this morning.
Oh, okay.
And I won't interrupt you so you can finish your thought before you forget your thought. But it is, I don't know. My temperature's not up. Let's see what my temperature is. It is 61 degrees here in Pennsylvania.
So, no, I was going to ask though, because I'm not really a journalist. It is taking a seat so no one else can have it. Journalistic ethics.
It's a petty little craphead who. It's Friday. I don't care. We've been on the air how many million hours this week?
Several, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Several million.
It's a petty little man trying to prove that he is something. And when this is over, he then goes on trial himself. And
Right.
then
he can be in court every day.
Yeah. He may be in jail for the next 40 years or in prison for the next 40 years.
Now this is federal court, right?
Yeah, it's feds. So
yeah, so he won't even get to be on TV.
Yeah. I mean, well, no, the charges are not fed. They are local charges. So he might be on TV because it's the state of Massachusetts versus Aiden Kearney.
Oh, okay.
Remember, it sprung out of this case.
That's right.
He was. Go ahead.
With his claims to the FBI, might it turn into a federal case of any sort?
I don't think it will because the feds have, he promised the feds were going to come in and arrest the McCabe's and the Alberts and the prosecutor and the DA, and no sign of it. He had promised a lot of things that he couldn't carry through with. So I don't think the feds are going to touch him at this point. I think even if he was working with the feds like they said he was, because there was some mysterious stuff going on last spring where certain charges disappeared when he started working with Karen Reed, and Karen Reed was still working with the feds on something her father had initiated looking into her prosecution. Now they point fingers at the Albert family, but they very much, somebody went straight to the feds and said, my daughter's being prosecuted unfairly, investigate. And the feds complied. Just saying. But yeah, I don't think it's going to turn into a federal case. I think there is a good chance that he is guilty of witness intimidation because we've seen him at a bullhorn outside of these people's houses calling them murderers and saying that you must change your testimony or else. I think those are the two things that doom him, plus the fact that like 30 people all videoed him doing it, including himself, and he put it on YouTube, Twitter, and everything else.
Yes.
What's happened with the reporter that
Grant Smith Ellis?
Yes.
Okay, he's not giving updates right now, so I don't know what's going on. He's doing court updates. He just did an update what happened in court yesterday. I think there's an actual hearing on Monday. So he was one. Grant Smith Ellis is someone that they've been targeting because they don't like his coverage because he won't bend the knee to Karen Reed. And remember, Karen Reed, even though they say she's not, is allegedly still involved with all of these outside groups such as the Free Karen Reed movement. There's been tweets, there's been all sorts of things that prove that. But it's weird. I don't know about you, but if I were innocent, I would feel that my innocence would be enough that we could show that I'm innocent, and I wouldn't have to get groups like with people like Turtle Boy to try to get a mistrial in my case. I would think that the facts would show that I was innocent, and I wouldn't need all these people riled up believing a conspiracy theory that is so weird, especially when the police did such a poor job investigating the murder that, there's a chance that a lot of the DNA stuff is questionable at best. We haven't seen it, but I know using plastic solo cups to scoop up the snow right there, if I had any sort of attorney, I would be all over that. That's not hygienic. That's, that could have been contaminated. They took the cups from a police officer's house. So right there's a red flag.
Well,
That's
I
stuff
think
you can
okay.
exploit.
I think you can exploit those things. I think you can point out the flaws in the investigation, how poorly mismanaged it was and handled. I think where they're going to a stretch is they're trying to come up with an actual person to say they're the ones who did it.
Right.
Instead of just saying there's other possibilities that weren't investigated.
And that would be the difference between if I were on trial and Karen Reed being on trial.
Right.
Because she is embracing the madness. And I don't think they have a case.
I think it actually hurts her case.
It does, yes. That's what I'm trying to say.
I agree. I agree too. I think that I think they actually could have had a winnable case by saying you can't prove it's my client.
Right. Instead, we have the McAlbert or the Alberts, the McCabe's, Proctor, because Colin Albert was the ring bearer at Proctor's wedding 20 years ago.
And therefore he knows him better than he's claiming.
Yes. And this Canton is not a big town. It's a small town where people don't leave. So of course we talked about Guiding Light before the show,
right.
Because one of the guys was on Guiding Light and he played a character whose mother had not one but two forgotten children in the course of the years that I watched it. And he was the second one 20 years after the first one. So small towns can be like that, especially when nobody freaking leaves. You
Okay,
have
but as Parsons,
women in small towns forget they had children?
Apparently, and we're in session, so let's go to that.
Well, and Parsons, pointed out it's the Albert crime family, Jim. Crime family.
Albert crime family.
Yes. All persons that may business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Norfolk County of Norfolk. God may it, in your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Jared.
Yeah, get your sidebar guesses in, and also time to the first one.
I'm discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
And Turtle Boy exits the courtroom. Yay! Good morning,
Hi,
Captain
Turtle
3D. And Rose, she had not one but two amnesia storylines.
I have 12 sidebars. My normal guess, under a minute.
Hank, sidebar.
You want a sidebar? Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was it?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard screaming?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going on? After I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continues while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes, I don't know the exact time.
And after,
give or take.
You recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up or?
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her? Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, what are you talking about?
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought, what you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, what are you talking about? Who she was at?
It's not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the
Um,
question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what if any other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And what if any other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. And one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife and you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what if anything were the two of you do?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was, we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than a conversation with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those texts, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no response to the text as far as the phone call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe. Did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that morning?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
And where is this, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out there?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, At any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front, what was she yelling at that?
She again repeated, Jen, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going.
Pants, bless you, received, but it wasn't us. I think it was actually in the courtroom. With headphones on, you can hear just about everything, including someone coughing in the background constantly.
to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning, when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside? Or?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
What, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that?
Verbo DUI guy went home on Wednesday, I believe. He wasn't in court yesterday. I didn't see him in court this morning. And he has been tweeting pro Karen Reed stuff. He's been tweeting against Colin Albert, of all things. He seems to have joined Turtle Boy in spreading the defense's view of this case.
Yeah.
I had mentioned to my wife.
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, it just seems like the logical thing to do is to go on a media campaign for a court trial. Not.
Yeah, they did this before to Katie McLaughlin. That was the previous target. So now their target is Colin Albert. I mean, one's a DUI lawyer and Turtle Boy claims to be a respected journalist, but all-out attacks like this, just a little dubious to me.
Okay, now let's remember he has rebranded. He is a personal injury lawyer.
Oh, okay, that makes even more sense.
Is he only different personal injury lawyer now, or is he doing both?
No, he's doing both. He's doing more stuff, but he's kind of pimping, for lack of a better word, his personal injury.
Yeah. Good morning, Mrs. Tom.
Good morning, Mrs. Tom.
Hey, Mrs. Tom.
Wife, before she was leaving the house, that the
Now, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight.
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
Because of the weather, correct.
And so your wife then leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, happen to see like who got in where as far as the car who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were driving before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blinds and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside, was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking
It was dark out.
And so they leave in your home with the 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm gonna say about an hour or so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance, and as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars, and I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top, to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way to Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded on to Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or who, if anyone else, did you see outside the house? It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was. And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the fur pusher's house.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, she informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point, while you were at the house, did you speak to, mention Officer Lank was there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Paul, if there was any other officers in the house at that time or any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just.
Good morning, everybody. We are live on Really Cool News. We are live on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. You're watching the Karen Reed murder trial, day 14. This is Matthew McCabe, the husband of Jen McCabe and the brother-in-law of Brian Albert. Brian Albert is one of the people that the defense says murdered John O'Keefe instead of their client. Yeah, it gets messy from here. We have Jen McCabe and we have Brian McCabe scheduled for testimony today. Also, if you see the pin post over on YouTube, please give a shout out to the Nightcap. Go over to them, like and subscribe, and give them a note that you came from over here, please. They were nice enough to promote us this morning. In other quick news, we have my ongoing everyday daily, I can't think of words this morning, words is hard, daily newscast at 8 o'clock tonight Eastern time, 7 o'clock where it counts, and 5 o'clock on the west coast of America. Immediately following at 8:30, we're having our Friday night panel show where a bunch of us are going to get together for an hour and go over topics and have some fun. Oh, what do you think of that, guys?
Sounds great.
Okay.
Sounds like a
We'll
long, fun day.
It is. It's going to end with probably the destruction of all of our reputations as we throw some chairs or something tonight.
I have a
at 8:30.
reputation. I
Yes,
have a
you
reputation.
do. You have one now. In fact, Coded
Okay.
stopped by last night. Coded literally stopped by in the news broadcast to tell us how he thought we were doing. He said it was the most boring thing he's ever listened to, and then he got banned. So there you go.
Yes.
That proves he's never listened to his own shit.
Exactly. We are not endorsed by Coded. We are not endorsed by Coded. So we are doing great work, and we're going to return to the trial in 1 second.
I believe you meant that to go. We are endorsed by Coded.
Yes. And in other news, we'll be here all day because this is Friday. They go all day on Friday. We'll probably get out of here a little after 4 o'clock Eastern. And we are having fights in the background. You guys missed that Princess Baby chased Charlie all the way into my room and had a fight. And thankfully, noise canceling kept you guys from hearing me yelling at them.
Who won?
So,
Who won? Who won?
it was a standoff, basically. There was a lot of hissing, but no actual punches were thrown. But hey, the day is early yet. Princess BB normally doesn't chase anybody, so he must have been really on her nerves.
I think I saw a tweet from somebody offering $100 for proof that a punch was thrown.
Yeah, but I saw in chat here that someone had 10 fights with Colin Albert, and so Turtle Boy owes him $1,000. So
Oh,
I
okay.
think
I-
all three of us
I had
have fights. Yes.
I had 1,000 fights with Colin.
Yeah. So Turtle Boy owes us all that money. That's right. That's right. So yes, we're going to go back to live coverage in a second. Yes, we are behind already, but they do have the 10 o'clock break coming up probably at 11 o'clock tonight or this morning. Words is hard this morning.
I have you beat, Hank. I had 1 million fights with Colin.
1 million. Okay.
For
How do you
10%,
spell that?
I will have witnessed all million fights.
Yes. Yes. 1 million fights with Colin. Yeah. So I just thought it was funny that when Turtle Boy put up his bounty, everybody replied because he just wanted the name of somebody that Colin Albert fought with. And all of his fans, of course, believing the hype, said, "Oh, that's easy. John O'Keefe. Where's my $100?" And we now return you to
Morning,
the
Becca.
coverage. And hi, Becca, of the Karen Reed murder trial right here on Really Cool News. We'll be here all day. Remember to tip your wait services or waitresses. I can't talk this morning. Let's just go back to this footage.
Just office a link.
And at some point, while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm gonna say give her at least 4 hours.
From the time that you got there?
From the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's home.
And your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan. If I said it right.
Right. Closer than, now, on that date of January 29th, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
in the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, right?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
Oh, as I am remembering things I forgot to report this week, for those interested, Aiden Kearney, aka Turtle Boy, has indeed been suspended from YouTube. He says that the Albert crime family did it. He's serious about it too. He says because he harassed them, they had him banned from YouTube. He'll be back on YouTube later, I think next week, next Monday or Tuesday.
Is that Turtle Boy's way of admitting that he did harass them?
Well, according to YouTube, he harassed them, he says, because YouTube banned him for a week. So, I don't know. Can that be used in his trial against him? Because
Probably.
YouTube literally says he's claiming YouTube had the Alberts got him banned for harassment. So,
His statements probably can be, yes.
oh boy. Oh boy. So we may have actually breaking
But-
news.
How dare they? I harassed them and they took action against me. How dare they?
Yeah, he's
The
been harassing
nerve.
the family. Therefore, they complained about it. Oh boy. Anyway, back to your live coverage here on Really Cool News. That's really cool news.
On you.
She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting to, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home?
Yes, they were.
And both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turning our attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Hang on a moment, Ron.
Sure.
You know, we haven't had a sidebar yet. So if you haven't gotten your sidebar picks in, folks, put them inside chat.
I think this is the longest they've gone without a sidebar since this trial began.
I think so too.
Just briefly, sir. So, describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
Previous deaths best of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
Good morning, Mr. McKibbs.
Good morning.
I'd like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday? You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes,
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes. Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you and Brian Albert hung out with
Looks like they're
Karen
having
Reed and John
problems with their
O'Keefe,
feet
correct?
again.
Yes, there was a big
We're
group of
back.
people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that. And I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company, correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John had mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This was the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
All right. But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fien and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. They can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any
Quick interruption, folks. We do have some breaking news on Jose Chile de Castro. It does look like he has an attorney now for his Las Vegas case of obstructing / giving false information. Case where he's currently in jail for. This is the one where he allegedly crossed the yellow police tape. Again, the attorney's name is now Joshua. How about now?
Not now. So Joshua.
Okay. And let me get back to that tab. Joshua Tomczyk is Chile's new attorney for the yellow line crossing tape incident that led to charges. So Chile has a lawyer. Don't know if it's a public defender or not, but I will check that out. I just saw it. It just popped up in my feed. And now we return to the Karen Reed murder trial.
In case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer.
In my recollection, yes.
And you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So.
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
Give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
They were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh. If I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
Did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Folks, that's our first sidebar. So sidebar number 1 for today. Again, you're with us for on Really Cool Site or just Really Cool News. We also do have links up on reallycoolsite.org, which is where our daily newspaper goes up. I'll be online tonight here on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook for the reading of our daily news. It's my daily newscast. It is more than likely switching to 6 p.m. every day Eastern Time, 5 p.m. where it counts, and let's see, 3 p.m. on the East Coast. Tonight, we'll be having a special panel discussion in a separate event after I wrap up. So I'll be joined probably by Phil, Hank, and Shuggy with guest appearances, maybe by Virgo, maybe Anthony Caruso, maybe Mark the sarcastic car stealer, that car stealing thief who's taken 26 of my cars, allegedly. Yes, we'll have tons of fun tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 7:30 p.m. where it counts, and 6:30 p.m.
Yes.
on the West Coast.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them, strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally. Obviously, you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let that one go.
My answer is yes, I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but if that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
All right. In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines 13 to 15 for counsel. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Did either of them? Thank you.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying?
Okay, folks, testing my mic. Is it any better? Put a yes or no inside chat. And I believe that's the first time we've heard the term grab ass on this case. And welcome back, Hank. If you and Phil want to play grab ass, hey, I'm all for it. We need the
Nope.
ratings.
I'm not down with that.
Yeah, we've grown out of that phase.
So yes, Jim, my microphone is fine because I forgot what I said anyway. We were getting reports I was popping real bad, so if I
You
was,
were.
I apologize. So
Okay. my internet went out, so I had to restart my computer to get the internet working again.
Damn
Okay.
Starlink.
Yeah. Damn Starlink. Sure, Hank, you were out there grilling a steak, weren't you?
If I was, I would have been doing it while headphones were on.
Okay.
Done that plenty of times before.
So, yes, Chile has a lawyer. I don't know if it's going to court appointed or not, but I did share the information on our website or on our Discord server.
Does not appear to be court appointed. He does have an actual practice. He is a former Clark County District Attorney before he went into private practice.
For the crime scene tape case or a different one?
The crime scene tape case, yes. And I'm looking over at Chili Watch. They're saying he's a very expensive attorney. So there goes the rest of Chili's money.
Or just another reason to beg for more money?
Well, if you've been following our coverage of the GoFundMe's, Chili ain't pulling in any money. Past couple of days, nothing.
Maybe that's why he's trying to figure out new ways to.
Yeah. Seriously, I can't see Chili making money right now on the 5A cards and the trifolds because he's not promoting them, and he's not even giving your URLs out for the GoFundMe's, which he's already raised 50 grand. He's going to need at least twice that for if this attorney is that expensive. So I'm not going to refer to him as effed with an anchor, but he's effed.
With the device meant to keep ships from floating away.
That's right. That's right.
What with something that rhymes with anchor?
Yes. With he's effed with press with rancor. That's right. Effed with press
Yep.
with rancor.
That sounds like a punishment all on its own.
It is. Yeah. Okay, we're back to coverage.
Taking you literally that they grabbed each other's asses, is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah. That's what's in my memory. I don't.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcome, yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Alberts home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Alberts home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did she park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
How many cars were
in.
in the driveway at that time?
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be that? Let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is two lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars
Right?
to the right, correct?
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Alberts home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Alberts cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Alberts property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you faced the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting for the spotlight the front of the Alberts home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
Yeah, I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you have
do
the
this.
other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
You could, yeah, please.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, it's right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
Nope, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
I'm gonna step on both.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of The edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No,
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow in the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller. If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you're the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door?
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
Yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later?
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th,
Folks, we've got some more breaking news since it's Friday and everything is dropping. While the minutes from yesterday's hearings for Chili DeCastro's ongoing California-based lawsuit against Kate Peter, Team Skeptic, Blue Bacon, and Daniel Clement has not been posted, we do have a bunch of notes from the hearings themselves posted to that website. It looks like all 3 of Chili's motions were denied yesterday. That includes his hearing for a motion for sanctions against Michael Peratini, aka Blue Bacon, his hearing on motion to compel responses, and his hearing on demur. Were all the results just say motion denied. So if they post the minute orders later today, I'll have them in the paper tomorrow morning. But Chile suffered 3 losses yesterday, and it doesn't say if he was here, but the hearing was again held, or all 3 hearings were held, and he lost all 3 times. We're going to return you back to coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial here on Really Cool News.
Of 2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not
Is the lawyer a
exhausted, would
fucking
you agree
moron?
with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Okay.
I don't know.
From
Second question.
Inside looking
I
out,
told
it
him
would
I
have been
saw
to
an
the right.
SUV
From outside
and parked in
looking
front
in,
of the
it would be
house.
the left.
What was that, Hank?
From the inside looking out, it would have been to the right. From the outside looking in, it would have been to the left.
Yep. This attorney's just badgering him now. That's what it feels like.
I think he's trying to get the jury to not trust his evidence.
Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry.
This is not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery. Okay.
Well, you're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir.
Because you're being a jackass.
On January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question, is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time was to the right of the house.
All right.
We have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 2 of Proctor's report, counsel.
So next time, just show it to Mr.
Of course, I'm sorry. You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold on.
I'm stating what I remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this. Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
no, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document, I'll see it sidebar.
Sidebar number 2. Everyone do.
Oh, this is the second one? I must have missed one when my internet was out.
Yeah, you missed one when your internet was out. So sidebar number 2. This is just badgering. This is. It feels like they want him to say something, but he's not sticking, and the judge is going to slap Yannetti again. It feels like.
I think, or else he's just trying to make the jury believe he's confused about his testimony has been changing. So he's not
Right.
You can't believe what he's saying about it.
Right. Folks, this is a long day in the I almost said Karen Benson. In the Karen Reed murder trial. We're about 13 or 15 minutes behind. We're going to speed up here and get back.
Yeah.
Those are Karen Reed's parents on the screen right now. And once their coverage
Oh, thank you very much.
once they go to the morning break, what we're going to do is we're going to play a video for 4 minutes. Everyone take your bathroom break. Then we'll come back and catch up by fast forwarding through the officer family, and we'll have hopefully caught up just a bit. We're supposed to be here till about 4 o'clock today. We're currently running behind, so maybe 4:15 at the latest, and that's Eastern time. Again, tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, and 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock on the West Coast. We'll all be doing the news. It's our nightly newscast. Immediately following, in a separate chat, we will be having a panel discussion. All sorts of topics on the line tonight, and I hope to see you there. But for now, we're going to stick here all day with the Karen Reed murder trial already in progress.
One last question on this, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, with regard to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the.
You will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so.
Yes, Heidi, the panel discussion tonight will be on the Really Cool News channel, the one you're on right now. You can actually find it listed already. I've already set up the room. I think Greg already got the first, so I don't know if anyone got the second already in there. But yes, everything right now we're doing is going to be contained to Really Cool News on YouTube, on Twitter, and on our Facebook page.
Provided nobody's deleted it, I'm second.
Oh, you are second?
I am second.
Okay. Okay. And for those following at home, I'm about to give Helen her potato chips for the morning. So there's that. Helen is I'd say about 16 years old and named after my grandmother and has the same disposition. I can't say it. Blah, 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 blah. She's a lot like my grandmother. So yes, she's quite cranky right now and wants her potato chips. So I'll be back in a second and we return to the live news coverage.
When the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes. Again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway.
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me. You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We were moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct.
Before the black SUV arrived.
Correct.
And saw the black SUV first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole. And not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes.
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street. In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No.
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3, correct?
Yes, three.
Right, and you know, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward. In fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant. Just
Hans, be sure to come back by the end of the trial. And hopefully this is not me and it's them, but the feed
times you
is
saw it,
all
I should say,
choppy.
would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again,
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just out.
oh, yes. Yeah.
Only saw the black SUV.
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV.
You just called it a sleeper. It's a. Since you talked to Michael Proctor on January.
Okay,
it's fair
we're
to
going
say
to try
that
to
you've got
fast forward
multiple-
just a little bit.
SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, he came out, waved out towards the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No?
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice what, I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So, but Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting to drive home.
Yes.
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife, and my wife had called him. He was asking where to. We think he was asking for the where to with the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right, you could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen
Good
would
morning,
meet your
Gia.
wife and you there, correct?
He said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
Yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview, to you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's street. The house will come up when you're left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece, Kaylee, and also your daughter, Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes.
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
Yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
If I may hand the
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
And realizing that you don't have a compass or a rule, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes.
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
Yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
Again, the fire trucks you're hearing are indeed fire trucks. There's a fire station right down the street. And it sounds like the fire truck was trying to play shave and a haircut there.
May I display that for the jury room?
Remember that will be exhibit 88. Oh, thank you.
What is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in exhibit 88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom.
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
And that would allow them to take a left down Fairview heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. That would mean, well, strike that. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a three-point turn, correct?
She could do a three-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
Right. And a three-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes,
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking? I don't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you were talking to the car, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a 3-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a 3-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a 3-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this 3-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
Oh, I don't know.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a 3-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a 3-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a 3-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, you know, again, I understand your qualification. You could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of them. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct. Again,
And the
I was
V-shaped
focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Yannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
My fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have 2 different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be
Yeah,
cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Albert's property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say that.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earplugs.
And you never stopped a car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the,
Hello, Hank number 2. Which one's you?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm gonna boot the one that was previously in here.
The one
And
that's
that-
muted is not me because I'm speaking to you now.
Okay, I'll remove that one. Sorry, folks, for the behind-the-scenes stuff. Just making sure that Hank is Hank.
Yeah, having some internet issues. Fun.
And there you went. Yeah, it's all over the place today. I had to fast forward at one point because their feed was so choppy. Let me, while we have the break, let's just take a look, see if they're even at the morning recess yet. They are not at the morning recess yet. This is going to be a long day. So, folks, we're here till 4 p.m. Eastern or whenever they get done. You're on Really Cool News. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. We'll be here all day. Remember, tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm doing the news, a live newscast, and it's followed by a separate live panel at 8:30. I hope to see you all there. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be our second live panel on this channel. First one was really fun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently Turtle Boy is describing jurors on his website right now. And that is not okay with me.
Not okay with the courts either, I don't think.
Yeah, the supposed journalist. Oh boy. We'll see if this gets him in some trouble. But let's go
Even more
back to live
trouble.
coverage. Yeah, even in more trouble. Let's go back to live coverage. You're here on Really Cool News.
next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
She was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. In addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
You recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing? In
I
the
was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house." Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, 2-150.
No, show it to him, don't.
I'm sorry.
Attach it?
Oh, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh, I'm
Mr. Miller,
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Yeah, the judge is getting snappy today.
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up.
And it does look like the morning break is coming up.
And look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses. I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have an.
Is it a light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's not. It's just dark, but I got it. There we go, up front. What the hell? How is
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
all your time, the time. you
Yep,
need.
I got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab that.
Yes.
back.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The
Okay.
troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes,
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
that's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes,
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them, sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
when you did tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll just give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank
Oh,
you.
she's at the end of the rope with
And again, just
Yannetti
look at it
already.
silently to yourself and look up the meeting you've done.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me,
Okay,
if with the court's permission.
Sure.
thank you. Yep, that's what I was just looking for.
I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes,
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading.
Okay. Is that how he replied?
that's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the?
I didn't see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. Okay, probably because I didn't give it to you.
Yannetti is all over the place today.
May I put-
Yes.
And Anastasia, Yannetti is a local lawyer. Jackson's the one from California.
Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one.
I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay,
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'd be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
Nancy.
dark.
Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk. Oh, okay.
This is the weirdest
Thank you very
play
much.
ever.
All right, much better. I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
All right. You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes.
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
Unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture.
That's-
I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the
Right, you
house.
wanted to
Correct.
continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay,
Sidebar number 5, is it? I think it is 5. Let me know in the side chat.
Yes, rapid fire sidebars now.
Yeah, look at Patrick O'Keefe there with his hand on his head. I think we're all feeling that way right now. Parson says it's 4, but I'm pretty sure it was 5. But everyone else is saying 4, so we'll go with 4. And yes, you're on Really Cool News. We're on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm glad to have you here on this Friday, almost noon on the East Coast. We'll be back tonight with my newscast at 8 o'clock Eastern. And then in a separate event, we will be having a live panel discussion. Should be a lot of fun tonight. We're going to have a lot of different little topics to talk about, including the breaking news that Chile has a lawyer for the crime scene tape case, and he had a bunch of motions denied yesterday. They look to be maybe dismissing the jury. Let's see what's going on. Yes, they are at their break. So right now we're going to take about 4 minutes for a music break. Everyone come back after the music. Well, appreciate the music if you want to. But yes, if you really need to go, it's time to go. And we'll be back in 4 minutes. If I can ever get the video up. This is a selection by 15th Bend. And it's called, let's do Scar. And we're back. Thank you for sticking with us here at Really Cool News. I'm going to throw the artist's website, that was 15th Bend, into chat on Facebook and YouTube here. Please give them a like, subscribe, and tell them you came from us, please. So during the break, I fast forward. We're pretty much caught up. They are still at an extended break, though. So let's see if they've come back yet. And they have not. I'm also one-handed here as I'm joined by Jack, our largest cat, who is taking up the entire left side of my body. So if I'm not typing to you, if you are DMing me, that is why. Jack is a heavy, heavy boy. Yeah. Again, we'll be back tonight at 8 o'clock with our news coverage. We will more than likely be moving those newscasts to 6 o'clock on the East Coast, 5 o'clock where it counts, and 3 o'clock Pacific time starting next Monday. After tonight's half-hour broadcast, we will be having our second panel discussion right here on Really Cool News. Hopefully Hank and Phil can join us, as it should be an interesting time. We've got a lot of topics to cover today. Again, we're on Karen Reed coverage. I am looking at side chat here, and it seems like we're really talkative today over on YouTube, with a lot of folks who seem to be checking out our star of the day, 15th Bend. He's one of many that we are featuring with permission on this channel. So if you have someone who you think deserves having their music showcased, please contact us and let us know, because I'd really love to have a wide selection of music. We're not tied to any one particular type of music, and just as I get tongue-tied, it's Pants, who has come from a haircut. I didn't know that Pants could get a haircut, but seeing that he's a walking anamorphic pair of pants with rainbow stripes sometimes, I'm glad he looks like a new man. Anyway, we do have Drunk Girl. We may go to that in a minute. It really depends on how much longer this break goes. There will be an afternoon break this afternoon where they're going to be gone for an hour. So we do have a couple of Drunk Girls ready to go. Or we are ready to watch a couple of we have videos. Oh, that's even worse. We're just going to do Drunk Girl. We're going to play Drunk Girl videos this afternoon during the lunch break. Oh, Lord. This had to happen while Pope and Hank are away. In fact, let's see what we have, if there's anything good to start
I'm
with.
here. I'm just muted. The dogs are being a bit noisy.
You're just letting me get tongue-tied over Drunk Girls, aren't you?
And
oh, well, Pants says he cut his hair with his own Flowbee. Do you remember what Flowbees are?
yes, it's a attachment for a vacuum cleaner to cut your own hair with.
Oh, wow. Pants, how
Back
does your
out in
Flowbee
the
work?
70s.
I thought they were an 80s thing, but I'm not sure.
It could have been 80s, but it was a long time ago from now.
Pants, do you also have a Mr. Microphone? And Pants says he hasn't paid for a haircut since 1992. And the Flowbees are still sold today.
Wow, I didn't think that.
Yeah, he says Flowbee.com, baby. Flowbee.com. Meanwhile, Jack or Heavy...
That could
Go
just be a
ahead.
support group for people who used Flowbees and were traumatized.
I don't know. Pants seems to like his Flowbee. Pants, can you do a crew cut with the Flowbee?
From the commercial, it looked like it was designed for doing haircuts for longer hairstyles.
Okay. Then it wouldn't do me any good. Plus, I'd probably end up having a vacuum attached to my head, which, again, that's gonna be clipped somewhere. Bad Jim, bad Jim.
They do have vacuum attachments to the clippers at some of the barber shops.
Yeah, well,
But that's just it's positioned to where as the clippers are cutting hair, it sucks up the hair rather than let it hit the floor. But those barbers I didn't like going to because it's so fucking noisy in there.
well, I started cutting my own hair, which is, I mean, it's easy when you have a crew cut, and I've got a one-handed, where are you going, Jackie? Jackie, do not eat the microphone. Sorry, folks, cat trying to get to the microphone. I've got a one-handed set of clippers that you just, you put the loop over your hand and just sort of move it back and forth over your scalp.
Is there such thing as two-handed clippers?
Some of them get pretty big, yes.
I've never seen a two-handed clipper.
But it's one of those you can do yourselves, a little strap on it, so you just go back and forth, basically.
Okay, then.
Oh, that's gonna get clipped. Now Jack is insisting on both of my arms to hold his 20+ pound weight as he smells the microphone. Dude, what are you smelling? That's not appropriate, kid.
Your breath on the microphone.
Well, at least I got to brush my teeth this morning. That's Jackie. This isn't gonna work. Jackie, no. Climbing up my shoulder is not gonna work. I can't have your whole body on my shoulders, kid. He looks quite concerned, though.
So is it the lunch break now, or is this just...
No, this looks to be their morning break. The lunch break doesn't happen until about 1 o'clock. I'm thinking that they're also going... actually, they're coming back right now, it looks like. But I'm thinking last Friday they had an extended break where she brought in bagels for the jury. That may have happened.
I had bagels yesterday, too.
And hey, 15th Ben, glad to have you here.
Hey, 15 Ben, been enjoying your music.
Yes, we have. Remember, folks, please give 15 Ben to like and subscribe over on his channel.
Hey, 15th. How are you, brother?
Court back in session, please be seated.
All right, can we bring Mr. McCabe back in, please?
Witness, please.
We appreciate you too, 15th Bend. You have brought a lot of fun to our fans.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you letting us play.
Yes. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro.
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that timeframe?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Hey,
All right,
15th, Ben, you'd be more than welcome to join us
I want to give the
tonight
jury
for
something they need a
panel at
flashlight.
8:30 Eastern.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
What was that, Hank? I'm sorry.
I was telling 15th, Ben, they're more than welcome to join us when we do the panel show at 8:30 Eastern.
Yeah, we've got a panel coming up tonight. Would love to have you hang out with us if you want to. And we'll go back to coverage in 1 second here. I'm trying to get my shoulder back in place because Jack sort of knocked me around there. Jack the cat, one of our younger cats, but he's 20-something pounds. And it feels like I've been hit by a linebacker.
And if I could put a plug in for 15th, he does a great music stream on Thursday nights. So stop by,
does
check
he?
him out.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Why don't I see?
Sidebar number 5 now. Sidebar number 5.
Once again, the full day trial, they have a lot less sidebars than on the half days for some.
Yeah, we're only at 5 today. And as Hank said, this is a full day, so we'll be here till about 4 p.m. Eastern. A little after that, maybe, but they typically get out of here right on time on Fridays, since it is Friday. We also will return at 8:55 a.m. on Monday with continuing coverage. I may or may not be here, depending on if I have to report for jury duty come Monday. I will
said
find out if
duty.
I'm. What's that?
He said duty.
Duty. Yeah. I have to call tonight after the show to see if I've been called for next week, which I will be called for next week. Just a matter if I get a jury or not. But that won't impact coverage here because Hank and Pope Phil will be taking over should I be sequestered or whatever. I don't think I will because the lady said that these are only little court cases. They're not going to go very much. And the likelihood of me being selected for the bigger one they're doing screenings for is not very high. So cross fingers that I'm not out of here.
If we have to do a whole show, we can rearrange everything so when Jim gets back, he's completely confused.
Yes.
Yes, you can take over the back end and just confuse the hell out of me.
Yes.
But just as long as you pre-decide what songs we have so I can put the licensing up before I go so we don't get a strike. So
Strike,
I was just planning on doing Disney films and Saturday Night Live to make sure you got strikes.
Yep.
okay. That's it. That's the easiest way. That's the easiest way. I'm
It
gonna
was
get
fun while it lasted.
Oh, it looks like they're back.
What we really should play, Hank, is Jason Gutterman.
How is your distance?
Oh, not Jason Gutterman.
You're able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. This is. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I
you're?
have that?
And you are
Displaying
speaking of Jason Gutterman
Thank you very
from
much.
I'm an Asset.
Feel free to use the flashlight.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
that Jason Gutterman.
Yes.
And the other Jason Gutterman.
And I think it's Jason Gutterman's fault that all the texts have now turned blue. They're trying to figure out why.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about. Can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st, 2022?
Yes. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least, there or at least looks like it.
Okay. And Mr. Bates, if you go down the page to see the responses. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Senior.
Yeah, yep, senior.
And his response was?
Right now.
And that was at 1:34 PM and 45 seconds?
Yes,
Is
it
that a
was.
statement or a
And
question?
you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next. Yes, 2151, please. With that blocking, sir. Yes, sir, please. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 PM and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, Mr. Bates? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again,
And his response was?
okay.
You have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that
Oh,
you're
geez,
saying
by
he
text.
was out front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
Does this lawyer not know how text messaging works?
Apparently.
And your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked about.
Oh, I know, we're getting to the next.
So take this one down, please.
I mean, 7 I'm sorry. Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 PM and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
And that's at 1:35 and 30.
Mr. Yannetti, let him, the screen speaks for itself. If it doesn't, then the witness.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35, 32.
And his response, does that appear to be?
That was a
typo?
douche move.
PK, I'm assuming.
The next couple after that would be 2153, please. That's all.
He doesn't follow the judge's orders very well, does he?
And that is
No.
from whom?
He does whatever the hell he wants.
Brian Albert,
All right. And the time there, are you able to make that out?
does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure. And his response was,
Oh, she's
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
again.
I'd have to go back and,
For the previous one, you
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off for a minute. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Okay. Juris-
Guess what, folks? We've got a new
Sidebar
sidebar
six.
counter. That's right.
And you need to change the
Amy's-
damn number. Bad
That's
Jim.
what I'm about to do. See? Sidebar 6. And yes, I'm about to prepare sidebar 7 because you know what's going to happen immediately following it. Folks, you're on Really Cool News. We're here on Facebook, Twitter, and
Excuse me.
on YouTube. We are broadcasting all day. It's going to go to about 4 o'clock Eastern. And remember, folks, if you correctly guess the number of sidebars, Hank will take you back in time. You'll visit our friend Shuggy in 1978. In 1978, you can make him either buy a round of drinks for everyone at the bar he's obviously at, punch him, or take his 1978 brand new Chrysler Cordova with the rich Corinthian leather.
No, it's
Uh,
rich
or-
Corinthian leather.
I thought you were gone, so the rich Corinthian leather. I can't roll my R's. I'm sorry.
Anybody want to take bets that Shuggy will be wearing bell bottoms?
Anyone want to bet that he's wearing the same pants right now, all these years later?
He's probably wearing bell bottoms and a corduroy suit.
Yeah, the same thing he was wearing. He'll be wearing when you find him in 1978.
Yeah.
But based on your suggestions, folks, we are doing a sidebar counter here. And we are now on number 6. And yes, that's why we've been pausing, because the AI sometimes hits my system resources. So I'm going to make, while we're on a sidebar itself, I'm going to make a couple more of these real fast. So we'll have them when we inevitably get to sidebar 7 through 53.
All right, Mr. Roboto.
Well, you guys fill the dead air for 1 minute, okay? Please.
1 minute. 1 minute. So what's for lunch today?
I haven't. I got my grilled some burgers.
Oh yeah, I did that yesterday.
That's what made me hungry for burgers again.
Yeah. I'm doing the hot dogs in the natural casing from the butcher.
Oh, hot dogs was my second choice.
I knew I liked you, Hank.
As love blossomed here.
Did we just
Love
become
of
best
hot
friends?
dogs. Love of hot dogs and hamburgers and brisket burritos. That's right, folks. See, I've done up to 9 so far. How many do you think we'll need again today, Phil?
You've eaten 9 burritos so far? Jesus, Jim.
Yeah.
No,
Slow
I've
down.
done 9
Oh.
sidebar graphics. Phil's
Yes, the joys of live broadcasting.
and with something eating up my computer resources. Am I better now?
Well, I can hear you, whether you're better or not.
No, I said bitter. I said bitter,
Oh,
damn it.
bitter. Oh, are you
Yes,
bitter?
you do sound a bit bitter.
Yes, yes, you do.
Okay. I am bitter now. Let's see. These are all uploading.
I think you can.
And we're back to trial coverage.
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I
go
just
ahead.
march it up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification. And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No? Or Jim, was it, Mr. United, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right,
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you.
Sure,
Alright,
just
and
keep
if it's a
pissing off
question
the
by
judge
question
right
objection,
now.
just-
Maybe I can display one.
May what be displayed?
Well, I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 PM and 48 seconds on February 1st, that you texted, quote, "Very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her." Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
Those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 PM and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, "Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason," end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the
Yes,
second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
And I've opened the packet to the page.
Okay.
You just look up at me when you're done.
Yeah. Again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st, 2022, at 12:50 PM and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to. Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long. You know what, Mr. Yannetti, why don't you?
This is up for the court, Your Honor. And for the,
So
Yeah,
you're
he's
objecting to it, so I'm not gonna
pissing
let you
off this
say what it
judge.
is. You can show it to the witness.
yes, well,
Which one is this?
second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking him about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148. I will allow the author of the third bubble
It,
on page 02148.
it's, no. The second bubble on 02148,
Is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No,
Oh.
all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
7, lucky number 7.
Lucky number 7. I've made up to 15. We may hit them, and I'll have to make more. Let's see how far the result.
Where the hell is he going with this?
I don't know. If I were in the jury, I'd be confused as hell because they're going bubble, the bubble, the bubble, the page to page to page. She's just, Sirio says she's just done with him. This is going to be a long freaking afternoon, and Jen McCabe is still set to be next. We've got about 4 hours left here on Really Cool News across Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Please tell your friends. We're trying to rebuild the audience back from the other place we used to be. So if you know someone who would be interested in listening to our all-day coverage, please let them know that we're here every day on Really Cool News.
Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
You already have your number 1 vacuum loving fan. It's found your new site.
Yeah, he came through and got banned last night. So, yeah. Took him all of, 2 minutes to get banned. And I didn't even see him, so we've got very good mods.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Stan Eddie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes,
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
that would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No,
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here. 51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
All right, we're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you, obviously, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never showed up, never came in the house. So we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no,
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was
It was after.
in? Now, you were asked some questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asked some questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something, it says. I don't recall where. And I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, do you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out in the around the around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
Did you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife is talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was?
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it. The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed this. I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No.
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was.
Objection,
Did I
Your
not?
Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay, so your answer
He
to my
opened the door
question
by
is,
asking who the
the
them
them
was.
was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Gotta say,
for
I
this
liked
is,
him as a witness.
Yes, Your Honor, call him over to call Jennifer McCabe to
Yeah.
the stand.
Right.
And he did open the
But-
door wide open when he said who the them was.
Right, but I also think part of what's been flustering the defense is he hasn't been as manipulative or manipulable as other witnesses have been. They've been having their way with some of the other witnesses. This guy's like, oh, like giving them pushback because I like
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy.
And if he wouldn't have gone back to the them to explain the them portion, I thought he was referring to the investigators. I'm sure the jury was too. So he fucked himself there.
I agree with that.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
That
Good
witness
afternoon.
box is definitely not set
afternoon.
up if they have any
Please
obese
state your
witnesses.
name and spell your last name.
Sure. Jennifer
Yeah, it's pretty
McCabe,
tiny.
MCCABE,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall what days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter Allie, is that correct?
Yes,
She's your oldest.
yes,
The daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
yes,
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
yes,
For Canton High School?
yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, well, the town program.
For how many years?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade, and then I was also a coach for my daughter Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade, and with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on, up until 8th grade.
Now, far as the high school game was concerned, is there sort of a typical start time for high school basketball match?
Yeah. Move on. We know the time. Move on.
After the basketball game, where did you go?
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister is that?
My sister, Nicole.
How many sisters do you have?
3.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
So bigger type vehicles?
Yes, big SUV.
Now, with respect to, you had a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what if any connection did that have between the cell phone and the vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in or what if anything did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband then go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the 3rd table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that table?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolikitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone from the group, had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go to sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John, we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John O'Keefe?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John O'Keefe?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what if any role or what if any relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up, and he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Do you identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John just has a record reflect identification
Yes.
by the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed? Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Did they
Now,
socially
over the
distance?
course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. You know, there were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed or anything, or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Uh-oh. Sidebar number 8, folks. Sidebar number 8. You're with Really Cool News today. We're following just some releases of documents over in the Chili DeCastro versus Kate Peter Team Skeptic, Daniel Clement and Michael Blue Bacon Paratini case. We'll be releasing those over on our Discord server later on today. This is the Karen Reed murder trial. We'll be here till 4 o'clock. We're with you on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. And tonight, 8 o'clock, please join us for my daily newscast. And then at 8:30 at a separate event right here on this channel, we'll be having a lively panel discussion of the week's events. Plus, I'm sure Pope Phil will probably be taking his pants off again. I think that covered it all.
Yeah, I usually
What a-
do. I mean, I usually do the broadcast without pants on, so there's that. And that's provided anybody's awake after your snooze fest of a news show.
That's right. It's a snooze fest. And speaking of snooze fest, we're right back to coverage here. As Karen Reed will haunt your dreams, baby.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed, is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall. You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came into the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point, did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
Where were
CF McCarthy's,
they? Where is that in location to the waterfall?
just right up the street.
Now,
Anytime
over
that
the
night,
course of the
lime in the
evening,
coconut.
you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass with clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, that you spoke about?
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they have a fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once, or more than once, or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall first?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
To be clear, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
Did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not know.
You know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home.
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what if any other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they would come?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall, who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, you know, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
I believe I had kind of walked straight out.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have a conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this question. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Had it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield?
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes out?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been, because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
So your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in, if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address. And then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
Whoops, sorry about that, folks.
And
I was rearranging
before we get to that,
videos.
as far as
Okay, we'll chalk that up to technical difficulties.
Actually, Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regards to your sister's husband, Ryan, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm so
And
tired.
that
I just
initial
did it
phone call
again.
that you had with
You're trying to make sure the rest of us are
Smack me.
awake.
giving directions.
Yes,
You
I
just
am.
Call
Okay.
if you were indicating to him to go to
Just
Cedar Crest
smack
or
me
go to
next time you
Chapman in
see
order
me.
to get on Fairview.
Go to Chapman.
Okay, I'll put that in my.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now, how long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end from that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. Any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lived at 34 Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general, like where is it type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as this second call,
Mhm.
you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella's Street, and that's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John?
They had dated
No, I'm going to allow it.
they had dated briefly years before.
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? And that second phone call?
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrive at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house of Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top closer to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was that you parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in, there was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, you observe it?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that any way you want. So anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. And so when you come into the house, where were the, mentioned a table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening,
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
and just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
How do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin friends, is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we've kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No.
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
No.
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, as far as the sort of mood, leaner inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. You know, just a normal night.
Now, while
Was
you
she
were
cleaning
in
crime
the
scene?
kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to the basement area or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, that you, when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
You mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie. And she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
And now with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good, yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, right?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
Objection.
I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, did you?
Excuse me?
So when Ms. Nagel went outside, what were you?
I was sitting at the table and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door, see the vehicle, and where is the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, did you tell anything else about it as far as the make, the model, or recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
What kind of vehicles?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Miss Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
Was that a sedan or an SUV or
Dun,
what kind
dun,
of
dun,
I
dun.
think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door?
Folks, we're just doing some station identification here. You're on the Really Cool News. And let's do a promo. Let's do one of the new ones. Did you spot the cat in that video? If you did, you can travel with Hank back in time to 1978 to take on Shuggy.
Was
So
she
you will either
opening her
buy.
pants to let Spot in?
I don't know. I just pick random videos when I make these. Here's the other new one. Spot seems a little perplexed there. So
She's whispering, I let him in my pants in the first one.
So yes, if you Spot the cat, you can travel with Hank back in time in his DeLorean to 1978, where you can either force Shuggy to buy you a round of drinks, punch Shuggy, or take Shuggy's brand new 1978 Chrysler Cordova with what?
Corinthian leather.
Yes, that's right, with the extra expensive packages. And speaking of that, if you want to do all three, no one's looking, and it's about the 100th time this week a version of Shuggy got mugged from the future. So we're back to coverage right now. We'll be here till about 4 o'clock. They do have a lunch break coming up. Let's just see if they hit that yet. They have not. Doesn't look like it. But when they take the lunch break, they'll be gone for an hour. They'll be back by 2 o'clock Eastern. During that time, we'll start off with a 4-minute or 5-minute break. I got a new one from 15th Ben that's almost 5 minutes. So we'll have a little more time this time. Yeah, actually, it's almost 6 minutes. It's
Yeah.
almost 6 minutes. So if you really have to go, you can go in style this time. Once we come back, we will play video of a drunk girl encounter with a police officer. Wait, that didn't come out right. But still, we will have a couple of drunk girls to watch and comment on as we fill the time during that hour. I'd appreciate if you stay with us for that. But the trial, once they take their break, will be back about 2 o'clock. Since this is a long day, they will be wrapping up a little after 4 o'clock. So, and that's Eastern time, 3 o'clock where it counts, and 1 o'clock on the West Coast. Did I do that right, Pope?
Possibly.
I was screaming in my muted microphone. Yes, Jim. Yes, you are.
Okay, so we're going back to trial coverage. I scared the panel there, and remember, speaking of scaring the panel, tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, we'll be reading the news, and then in a separate event, we'll have a panel discussion at 8:30 p.m. We have confirmed that Shuggy will be here to tell the stories of being mugged by all these people in 1978. So tune in tonight. Details are right here on Really Cool site, or Really Cool News, that is. And I think we've already scheduled all the activities for tonight. So please take a look and please pay us a visit. Also, like, share, and subscribe.
Make sure you have your notifications on.
Yes.
Or was that consistent with what you knew Miss Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustained.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running, yes. I could, I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going
the
to
red.
actually keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, can you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No,
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration, was it tint or anything like that that you saw?
didn't observe, no.
Now, you see the vehicle sort of straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. Oakley, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark?
Do you think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson, okay.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm showing you a 3-page document, just asking you to look at that. Look up.
Okay.
Just generally speaking, that 3-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
Wait, was this a sidebar or were I was away for a
No.
second? Is this
No, he's just handing paperwork.
okay? I do have sidebars created up to 15 just in case. Yes, Anastasia, if you want to drink when they sidebar, you can go ahead and do that. I think we're going to count this as a sidebar. It's going so long. What's the feeling?
It has that sidebar feel to me, but
I
Yeah.
thought they were just passing out paperwork, but the attorneys aren't next to.
Yeah, if the attorneys aren't there, it's a sidebar. So let's do sidebar 9. I'm sure there'll be a great debate about it, but you've all won at least one trip back in time with Hank to go see Shuggy in 1978.
oh, sorry, Dax. Yes, it's a sidebar.
Sidebar? It's a
Sidebar.
sidebar? Sidebar. What's a front bar?
I don't know.
What's a back bar?
Not really sure, but I know what a sidebar is.
Who's Admiral Akbar? Wasn't he the one who said it's a trap?
Yes.
We've fallen into the giggle trap, folks. We've been on the air for, let's see, first day was like 9 hours this week, then 4 hours, 4 hours, another 9 hours, and this is probably going to be another 9-hour one. So we've been at this a long time this week, and we just want to go home. And no, Timo, we do not need to know about Regan. We have banned Regan and her storyline since moving over to this channel. Though I am working on a new character.
Oh, are you?
Yes. Yes, because I miss doing a character. And my character's going to be the alpha male.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
The alpha male. Yes, I have to figure this one out. But the alpha male may be joining us tonight on the panel at 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
And given how you are in real life, that will test your acting abilities.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Just remember, Jim, if you got to tell everybody you're alpha, you're not alpha.
But Chili's alpha, isn't he?
Nope.
Oh yeah, Jim. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he's an alpha male.
No, he's not.
He's the leader of the leaders, baby. He's a Sigma male, he said.
Yes,
Sigma
he's a Sigma alpha male. Yes.
Sigma alpha delta gamma. He might even be alpha male for anyone old enough to remember that. Alpha male with one stick of hair standing up and back. That's right.
Our He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Yes.
Jim, are you sure you're not trying to be an alfalfa male?
So we'll have.
That's what I'm saying. Alfalfa male.
Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let yours walk out first.
Court, all rise.
Looks like they're going towards their break or something.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it's a break. We have Officer we didn't even see Officer Fanley. Looks like this is the lunch break, folks. So, as promised, we're going to hit a 6-minute song. You have 6 minutes to get back here. Then we're going to have some fun with some drunk girls. Something like that.
Right.
Don't tell your wife. Let's see. You're here at Really Cool News. We're on all the major onlines, except we're not on Rumble, and I couldn't figure out how to hook up Rumble. Of course, I don't even have a Rumble account. Probably could use Chili's at this point. I think he still has Rumble. But here we go with 15th Bend. And yes, I'm sorry for any confusion as we came back early. Yes, the cat dropped my sound bar on my keyboard while I walked out of the room, so we may have switched songs
I think
halfway
we did.
through. Yes, we did, because we were supposed to go for the 4 minute or close to 6 minutes there with Daydream, and all of a sudden we were playing Lucid. I walk out of my room, I hear a crash, and yeah, the soundbar is on the floor, and my keyboard has gone flying across the room. Thank you to Cooper, who I had just said no to. She was trying to cross one side of my desk to the other on top of the soundbar. So I guess she waited until the second I left the room to do that. We're back here on Really Cool News. We're going to watch some Drunk Girl. Oh, Lord, I don't drink, but today's a day that I probably should start. Okay, folks, 1, 2, or 3 for Drunk Girl.
Yes.
Put 1, 2, or 3. Pick one of the numbers inside chat.
I'm going with 1 or 2 or 3.
Parsons went with 5, so I need a 1, 2, or 3, folks. 1, 2, or 3, and then we'll start the video corresponding to that. Tanny says 2. Mrs. Tom says 2, so it looks like we have 2 2s. Parson says 1, 2, or 3. Okay. I think the 2s are taking us away here.
Okay.
See you later. Okay, Becca, we'll be here.
Yeah, Becca.
Well, boy.
Let me figure the right screen out here. And that'll determine which one we said, 1, 2, or 3. If I can find it in the
We
list.
said 2. We said 2.
Yeah, but you never know if I picked 2 or 3 or whatever.
You could pick 1 and just say it was 2, or you could pick 3 and just say it was 2.
Who's this one you speak of?
What was that?
Who's this one you speak of?
The one in this video, I think.
The one in this video.
We are on Florida Cop Cam with this one.
Of course we are.
Good evening, sir. I'm Officer Collins, Palm Jordan's Police Department. Is everything all right?
Yes.
You nearly hit the back of my patrol car.
And since you picked number 2, it's not a drunk girl, it's a drunk boy.
What are you doing?
We don't know how. We don't know how they identify themselves.
Have you been drinking tonight?
No.
We might find out, though.
I thought it was. No, I'm sorry.
Have you taken anything tonight?
No, I have not.
Nothing. Is there any reason why I'm smelling alcohol from the inside of your vehicle? Be honest with me, because I can smell it, and your eyes are bloodshot, watery. You got big pupils. You're sweating.
Okay.
Be honest. How much have you had to drink?
Not that much. I've had a little bit more than usual. Yeah.
How much is a little bit more than usual?
A couple.
What's that, Hank?
All of it.
He's drunk all of it?
Yes.
Okay. And this was from November of 2023. And God bless it. We're going to go back to it.
All right, well, I'm going to need your license, insurance, registration.
That
and
was
take the keys out of your car. I'm going to be taking this around. I need that license, insurance, registration, boss. You're good. Find that insurance registration.
What's the name? Or are you taking it?
I'm going to take it. He's on that 1017.
Oh, okay.
Can you give LeBlanc a quick phone call so that way he knows, because he's going to be super upset.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Don't worry about it. It's not.
I need that insurance registration, boss.
It's something I have.
All right. So
It's not let me get in right now.
I'm going to have you step out of the vehicle. All right. Are you the registered owner?
What?
You the registered owner? Are you the registered owner of the truck?
Yes.
All right. Cool. So do me a favor. Stand over at that door. I'm just going to give you a quick pat down. You don't have anything on you that's going to poke me, stick me, or hurt me? Nope. What's in here? Wallet? Okay. All right. So, where are you coming from tonight? Where are you coming from tonight? You said you were drinking. I already know you were drinking. I can smell the odors of alcohol, bloodshot, watery eyes.
A really good friend of mine died, and we had I think at it's a place in Party Corners. I don't go out much.
Gotcha.
And he died. And
how did he die? You're saying you have a friend of yours that died.
You don't want. He slipped.
Got it.
And fell his head, and his head hit the bathtub, and he bled out. So yeah, it's a smuggery. We went out to smuggery where he used to go.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm sorry for your loss. Unfortunately, tonight I have to do my job tonight, man. I don't want to arrest you. All right. So I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions. I don't want to arrest you.
Arrest me. No, please don't.
I don't want to.
I'm gonna
but
lose my kid.
we're gonna talk.
My kid. Please don't arrest me. Please don't.
How much did you have to drink? You said you had more than usual. What is more than usual to you?
Please don't arrest me.
I'm not arresting you.
I'm gonna lose my kid.
I haven't told you I'm arresting you. I'm
gonna lose my fucking child.
Just relax. Please relax. Calm down. It's like I told you. I don't want to arrest you.
Okay.
All right. But
I know you don't want to. But it's gonna.
I didn't say it's gonna happen. I've got a lot of concerns though. Right?
Okay.
I'm gonna be straight with you.
I can leave my truck here if that's
You reek of beer. All right. You were operating a motor vehicle. You got so close to my car that it took you so long to slow down. I legitimately thought you were gonna hit my car.
I heard you say something.
Right.
I heard you say something.
I was literally shouting, no, stop.
Yeah, I heard that.
Right?
I heard that.
And you just pulled away. You were riding between lanes. You got a lot going on, man. And I've got a job I have to do. I'm required to do by the state of Florida. Okay. So, how much did you have to drink tonight? What is the exact number? Do you know off the top of your head? No, you don't. Okay. Did you have anything to eat?
Yes.
What did you have to eat?
Mozzarella sticks.
Mozzarella sticks. Did you eat that at Snug?
Yes.
All right. How long ago was your last drink?
Probably 30 minutes ago.
Probably 30 minutes ago?
30, 40 minutes.
And when did you start drinking?
Probably at 1.
Probably at 1. And you were drinking the entire afternoon? Yes? No?
I don't want to lie to you. I'm not a liar.
I would prefer you not to.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So from 1 o'clock until
I'm going to lose my
about 30 minutes ago. Do you know what time it is?
No.
No?
It's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
8, 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
Right.
Is it hammer time?
Out of curiosity, because it looks like you've got a wet spot on your pants. Did you urinate on yourself, or is that no? Is that something that spilled on you?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't pee myself.
I'm just asking. I want to make sure you're good.
Pope Phil, since you brought it up, you got to dance. That's right. Tonight.
Can't touch this.
Tonight at 8:30 live on Really Cool News, Pope will be dancing. He'll be dancing for your pleasure. He'll be dancing probably in a G-string. We won't know because he refuses to turn the camera on, but he will be dancing for you.
You'll have to take him at his word that he's dancing, though.
Yes, I'm dancing in my G-string, and it's extremely sexy.
That's right. That's right. We'll see. Is Mrs. Pope next to you just shaking her head? No.
Yes.
I think I know Mrs. Pope enough by now to know that she's shaking her head and just looking at you like you're an idiot. So.
Yep.
Yep. That's right. So. Yeah, we're on a break from the Karen Reed murder trial. They'll be back at 1 o'clock or at 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock where it counts, and God knows on the West Coast because we're brain dead today. We have been doing this coverage for 85 million hours this week, and we'll be here next week as well, unless I have jury duty, and then it'll just be Hank and Phil. We may even have someone stop in to help Mr. Hank out if we need be. But, yeah, we'll know more this afternoon when I have to make the dreaded call to see if I'm being called in for jury duty or jury selection, which is part of jury duty. This is not going to be a funny one, I guess, but we're going to finish this one off. It's 28 minutes, should get us through until the Karen Reed trial gets back here. And tonight at that 8:30 panel discussion right here on this channel, right before it, we have the news. I'll be reading the news as normal at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The 8:30 panel will be featuring Shuggy. That's right, Shuggy will be here to tell us about all the times that Hank showed up with someone just to beat the crap out of him in 1978. That was his
And
worst year
everything you
ever.
never wanted to know about Jaffa cakes.
Yes,
You're right. Yes,
Miss
Lord
Shape
Jaffa
and
Cake
Java
himself.
Cakes.
Yes, Lord Jaffa Cake himself will be in the house.
Yes, Shuggy will be here. He promised. If not, we'll take you back to 1978, where you can make him no other options this time. He has to buy you 7 rounds of drinks if he no shows tonight, and that's each one of you in this side chat. So, you know what? If we'll extend that offer for the next 10 minutes. So if you get people to come into side chat, they too can travel back in time and beat up Shuggy and make him serve you a round of drinks, which he's also paying for.
Good.
No, I have myself.
All right. So, do you have any medical issues? Medical issues being, are you diabetic? Do you have any problem with your knees?
No. I don't
Do you
think
have
so.
any problems with your ears or eyes that aren't corrected by glasses or hearing aids?
No.
No, you don't?
No.
All right. Do you take any medication?
I do take medication, yes.
Like I told you, we've got a lot going on. All right.
Yes.
I'm going to ask if you'd like to participate in a series of standardized field sobriety exercises to determine your ability to drive home tonight. You don't want to do it? All right, so I'm required to inform you, these are called your Taylor warnings, all right, that I have to make an arrest decision based on everything I've seen so far tonight. What I've seen so far tonight is your driving pattern. You're operating between lanes, you're slow to stop, you nearly hit the back of my patrol car. You got the distinct and apparent odor of alcohol, you're swaying, bloodshot, watery eyes, your face is flushed, amongst the list of other things that I identified when you were in the car, all right? Refusal to participate in these exercises takes away your ability to dispel my suspicion that you're impaired. All right. Refusal to participate in these exercises is admissible into court in any criminal proceedings should they arise from this. Do you understand? No. What don't you understand? What would you like me to clarify for you?
So I'm basically getting arrested, right?
I didn't say you're getting arrested. I'm informing you of your Taylor warnings and requesting that you participate in roadside exercises to determine your ability to continue driving.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what it means?
I mean, I know I can keep.
So roadside exercises are like DUI exercises. Like,
but if I fail it, then
it's
I
not
get
pass
arrested.
fail. It's whether or not you show indicators of impairment.
Okay, but I get arrested though. It's impairment to drive, so I get arrested.
Right. It is illegal to drive under the influence in the state of Florida. All right. No, don't walk away. Hang out over here.
I'm not going to
Don't sit. I need you to stay over by me. That's why I have you here. So,
fine. I'm not going anywhere. It's been a rough day.
I believe you. I'm sorry that it's been a rough day, but at this point, you're operating a motor vehicle. I suspect that you're impaired, right?
Sure.
I'm asking you to participate in these
Are
roadside exercises
either
because I'm
of you
concerned
missing
for your ability to continue driving.
You can't tell me
All
what
right?
to
I don't
do,
want- if I let
jackboot
you go
thug
from here
pig.
tonight and you crash.
No,
and kill
not missing that
You're
whatsoever.
not my daddy. You're not my daddy.
You're not my daddy.
That's right. I mean, he's dressed like it. He's got the haircut for it. He's got the sunglasses. I think that sunglasses on his head in the middle of the night.
I wear my sunglasses at night.
He's got the spacers in his ears, so everything is set up so he would be acting like that, saying, "You're not my daddy. I don't have to do what you're gonna do." But
Fifth Amendment.
instead-
I'm not answering questions. I'm not answering questions.
He doesn't appear to have that many physical ailments, though. So
No,
That's
he's
true.
just drunk. He's just drunk. So, yeah, sorry for the bummer on this one. We're going to make it through it since it's 28 minutes long, but still, it was all there. Just look at him. We could have had a fun one on this, but we'll get
who knows? He might act up. He might make up for lost time.
I mean, yeah, there is still another 20 minutes to go, so something's got to be good about this, or else we'll never use Florida Cam again this week, or Florida Cop Cam again this week.
someone, that's even worse than what could come of this, right? So I'm asking you to participate in these exercises because I have a job to do, right? But do you understand what the Taylor warnings are? No. What don't you understand specifically?
I don't know what they are. That's never happened to me.
So the 3 bullet points are: I have to make an arrest decision. That arrest decision is based on the investigation and my observations so far, which I told you what those observations are. Yes. The second element is that refusing to participate in these exercises takes away your ability to dispel my suspicion of your impairment. At this time, I suspect you're impaired. Like we said, driving under the influence or driving while impaired is illegal in the state of Florida.
Yes.
Right?
It's been a rough fucking day.
Doing these exercises and not showing any indicators allows me to allow you to go home. Whether that's you call a ride and you park your truck somewhere else, or you drive the truck yourself.
I just call a ride.
At this point, we're past that. You were operating a motor vehicle, and I have to do the job that's been tasked with me by the state of Florida.
Okay.
That final element, the third element, is the usability of your refusal, as in you refusing can be used against you in court if it gets that far. Okay? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Do you understand everything I've explained to you?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, would you like to participate in these roadside exercises to determine your ability to drive home tonight?
I mean, sure. I guess that's my best option, right? I mean,
I can't say yes or no either way. But like I said, doing these exercises expands the scope of my investigation to potentially letting you go home. Because I don't want to arrest you. I would like to send you home to your kid.
I'm going to lose my kid if that happens. Okay.
All right. So relax for me for just a second. Okay. Just hang out right here. No, I need you to stand for the exercises.
What else does he have going on
You
that
see
he
this
would lose
pen?
his kid over just a
What color is it?
DUI arrest?
Approximately.
Chrome. It's black.
Chrome. And you. All right. So do me a favor. Put your feet together. Bring your hands down to your side, like so. It's like a modified position of attention.
Sure.
What I want you to do is follow this pen with your eyes only. All right? Don't move your head. Do you understand? All right? And you're going to follow the pen until I tell you that the exercise is over.
Okay.
So it should take about 10, 11 passes.
Okay.
All right. You understand everything I've explained?
Yeah.
Cool. Just watch the tip of this pen where my finger is. Don't move your head. Keep it straight. Don't move your head for me. So what I want you to do, because you keep moving your head a little bit, I want to help you. Bring your hands up, right? Cup your chin. Cup your chin like this. Then bring your elbows into your stomach. Like it should look a little like.
Wait, we've never seen them do this to a drunk guy before.
Yes.
I mean,
there's been a few.
Okay, because I don't remember these tests.
Well, it's for the people that can't hold their freaking head still. They have them hold their chin.
Okay.
And it kind of works with some of them. I saw one where it completely failed. Even with holding her chin, she couldn't keep from moving her head.
Well, let's see how he does.
Like this. All right. Bring your feet back together for me. Make sure your heels are touching. All right. Don't move your head and follow the top of this pen. Try to follow it. Don't anticipate it.
Kind of looks like he's posing for the
right?
Home Alone.
Yeah. Keep following the pen. We got.
You got to keep going?
Yeah, Home Alone 15. Kevin's now in his 40s and driving.
Well, the last Home Alone I saw, it was Kevin as an adult and trying to get something from a kid that is home alone.
Oh, geez.
It was not a good movie, so it's nothing I'd recommend looking for.
Yeah, I said it's going to be about 10, 11 passes.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Bring your feet back together.
So, I don't know why it's stuck in my head that he should be singing on the good ship, lollipop, it's a sweet trip to a candy shop.
The minute motherfucker, that's why.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
I have a new side bet for everybody.
What's that?
The wife has gotten a new car. She cleaned out her old car, and now she's going through all of her stuff to put in her new car. Would anyone care to guess how many sunglasses that would include?
73. It's
Pal.
your wife, and I know how much you make. So 73.
Nope.
And they're all over $300 each one. So
Yeah. No.
And if any of yours are left in her car, would those be sun monocles?
No,
Yeah.
mine are not. There is no room for mine. In fact, she's taken over. So I'm not even counting what's in my car. Right. This is just what's going to be in hers.
Yeah, we've got numbers coming in. Timo says 69, Lisa 7, Parson 8, Matt G 11, Marlon Owens 57. So what's the number so far?
16.
16. So what?
Now-
Nearly $5,000 worth of sunglasses in her new car. Almost as much as my current Jeep is worth. She has in sunglasses.
She would like to point out that 5 of those are for nieces and nephews when they're in the car.
Yeah. Okay. So that's still 11 for one
right?
woman.
Right. Yep.
Keep following it. Don't look at me. Following it?
That's it.
You're looking at me now. Keep following the top of the
That's it.
Following it. You're looking at me. I know it's uncomfortable, but couple more passes.
My new headphones are going to get delivered today early. They should be here by 8 p.m.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it down. All right, bring the pen down and then back up. All right? Put your feet back together. Your feet need to stay together.
That's kind of tiring to look at.
Yep, that's why I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it over. It's going to go up. Just follow it up. Don't move your head. Just keep following it up with your eyes. All right, once more. All right, now I'm going to make a circle around your face. I'm going to bring the tip of the pen into your nose, okay, to the bridge of your nose. So it's going to be about 2 inches off your nose. All right, keep your feet together.
Say boop.
Keep your hands down to your side too, not in your pockets.
No, but he has to play. He has to grab the nose, and the guy's got to try to get it back. You know, got your nose, got your nose.
Does he do the Karate Kid honk?
Not with his nose, with something else. That's right, kids. Something else. You can guess inside chat if you really want to, if it happens.
Follow the tip. Follow the little black hole here. Okay. Just relax for me for a second, and stay right there. Don't leave that spot.
Don't wander into traffic.
On the good shit, lollipop.
Nick, can I borrow you? Go a little bit more at an angle. Keep going to the right. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Right there should do. Bring it on in. Daniel, catch. course now.
He forgot to yell think fast when he threw that at his partner.
What was that, Hank?
He forgot to yell think fast as he threw the tape to his partner. I think the officer might have had a few to drink tonight.
At least he didn't hit the drunk guy.
Six. So, you see this line right here? What color is that line?
Yellow.
All right, cool. So do me a favor. Go to this side of the line right here. All right. Stay right there for me. All right. Bring your left foot on the line. Left foot. Bring your right foot in front of your left.
Have you had any guesses for BAC yet?
We've had some on side chat, yeah. What do you guess?
Oh, 0.15.
I'm just saying he's loaded.
I'm going 0.215 because that's what I always guess.
Okay, 0.215. Folks, if you can beat that, hit us up in the side chat.
As far as getting a higher BAC while driving, I hope not.
I hope not either. Matt G says 0.185. Virgo Wraith says 0.128. Timo says 0.3. I think Timo may be going for this guy's about to drop dead. I don't know.
Timo, were you Air Force? Because it seems like you like to aim high.
Yes.
Oh, this is Florida Cop Cam. This is a new one. I haven't seen anything from them before.
Around. And then 1, 2, 3. 9 steps. That would be the understand of the Do you remember what my instructions were?
Yeah.
What were my instructions?
9 steps and go back.
All right. So, what you waiting for? So, what was the last thing I said to you before you started the exercise? Do you remember? I asked if you understood everything. I didn't tell you to begin. The first part of the instructions were maintain that position until I tell you to begin.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
So, we're going to
So
move
you're
on.
drunk, mister.
Thank you for doing the exercise. You did it. I don't know why you were concerned about your balance, but you did the exercise, right? So do me a favor, we're gonna stand right back over here on the yellow line. All right. Bring your feet together and bring your hands down to your side like so. Feet, toes together. All right.
Feet and toe.
Bring your feet, your ankles touching and your toes touching. All right. Stay like this until I tell you to begin. Bring your toes together. You're standing duck foot. There we go. So when I tell you to begin, you're going to bring a foot, either left or right, up approximately 6 inches off the ground. It's about the height of a soda can. All right. You're going to look down at your foot, keeping your foot parallel to the ground, and you're going to count 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, and so on until I tell you that the exercise is done. All right. Do you understand? I'm going to show you. I just want to make sure you understand my verbal instructions first.
Oh, sure. If I can do it, I'm a mechanic. I'm a boat mechanic. Sure, go ahead. Show me.
But do you understand the instructions?
Yes.
All right.
What's
So
the
look a
boat
little something
mechanic
like
have to do with that?
1,001.
I don't know. I was just wondering that too.
1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,004, 1,005, 1,006, 1,007, 1,008, 1,009, 1,010, and so on until I tell you that the exercise is done. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Now, if you noticed, when I was giving the initial instructions, I lost my balance for a second. It happens. I understand that it's going to happen. All right. And you say your balance is bad because you're a mechanic. I wish you would have told me that sooner, that you had a problem with your balance.
My bones hurt so bad. You have no idea.
I don't want to take
I'm not
it
as
to jail.
fit as you, or any of you guys. So
I wouldn't say I'm that fit, but
you look good.
Appreciate
You
it.
look good, man. You look
Oh,
good.
appreciate it.
Can I go now?
It's a requirement of the job, right?
I mean, we'll do it.
So, do you understand what I just explained to you and demonstrated?
Yes.
Cool. So go ahead and bring your feet back together and your hands down to your side like so.
Yes.
Do you have your foot chosen? Do you know which foot you're going to pick?
No, not really. No.
It's just left or right. Bring your feet back together.
Right. It's my right foot.
All right. So bring your feet back together like your ankles are touching, your toes are touching. Whenever you're ready to begin, raise your foot. And make sure you're counting out loud, and your foot needs to be flat.
I'm not counting.
What do you mean you're not counting?
Oh, I thought you were counting.
No, you're supposed to count it out loud.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you want to try it again?
Sure.
All right. Go ahead. Bring your feet back together. Bring your feet back together.
We're counting to what? 1,000s?
It's going to be like I counted before: 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, and so on until I tell you that you're done.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead and bring your foot up.
1,001, 1,002.
Bring your foot a little higher.
No, I can't. 1,004. That's it. I can't do it.
Do you want?
I can't bring my foot that much higher.
Since you crossed your feet and you fell once, we're going to move the exercise on for your safety. Do you need to sit down? Would you like to sit down?
No, I'm okay. I'm just.
All right. So, please don't take offense to this. I have to ask because there's a lot of people who don't know. Do you know your alphabet from A to Z? You're not going to sing it. You're not going to say it in reverse. Yeah, you're like that, but you don't need to sing it. Can you count to 30
Please
seconds in your
don't sing
head?
it.
Can I count to what?
30. Can you count to 30 in your head?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Well, like you're counting on a clock. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Yeah, you can do that in your head?
Yes.
All right, cool. So for this exercise, what I'm going to have you do is you're going to put your feet together, bring your hands back down to your side, all right?
Yes.
And toes touching and ankles touching. Toes touching, yep. All right, so when I tell you to begin, you're going to tilt your head back a little, you're going to keep watching me, all right? You're going to tilt your head back and you're going to close your eyes. When you close your eyes, you're going to start counting to 30 in your head. Count 30 seconds out in your head, all right? On 30, you're going to open your eyes. You're going to lower your head and you're going to say stop. All right. When you open your eyes and say stop, that ends the exercise. Does that make sense to you?
Count to 30.
Yeah. You're going to count 30 seconds in your head. Yes, sir. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yep. All right. So bring your toes back, your toes together. All right. If you understand everything that I've explained to you, go ahead and begin. Go bring your hands down to your side. Close your eyes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
In your head, not out loud. hold on, pause. I'm going to give you the opportunity to restart it because it seems like there was a little miscommunication there. So bring your ankles together and your toes together.
All right, I gotta take off for a few minutes. I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20 or 30.
Okay, Hank.
Ankles
See you in
together,
a couple.
toes touching.
Okay, Hank, be sure to count 1001, 1002. We're on the way.
And if you're gonna get lunch, bring enough for the class. Okay, Pope, did you bring enough for the class?
Heck no.
Damn it, I'm hungry. I want some brisket.
Ankles together. You're down a little, you got about an inch gap. Perfect. All right. Remember to count in your head until your head back and close your eyes. Okay? On you, whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
On you.
All right. Now, last little exercise. Bring your feet together like this. Bring your hands up like this. Make finger guns for me. Close your thumbs. Close your thumbs. Bring your arms down and then out. Like that. You have it perfect right there. A little bit closer. Perfect. All right. Show me your left hand. Raise your left hand. Bring your left hand back down. Show me your right hand. Bring your right hand up. Perfect. All right, so what you're going to do for this exercise, like the last one, you're going to close your eyes and tilt your head back. Except for this one, what you're going to do is I'm going to call left or right, and you're going to bring either the left or the right finger, the tip of that finger to the tip of your nose. The tip of your finger is where the nail meets the pad, all right? Where the nail meets the pad. Show me the tip of your finger real quick. Point at it.
There's not much nail to it.
That's fine, just point at it. And point at it with your other hand. Like that, yeah, perfect. All right, bring your hands back out. All right, so I'm going to do a little demonstration. My eyes are going to be open so I can watch you. It's going to look a little something like this. I'm going to call left. So you're going to bring the left tip to tip. Right. Tip to tip. Left. Like that. Make sense? All right, bring your arms back out for me a little bit. Make sure you take the tip of your finger. You don't hold your finger to your nose. Just tap it and let go, all right? Go ahead and bring your head back. Close your eyes. Left. Right. Left. Right. Lower your arms a little bit. Right. Right. And then left. Go ahead and put your hands behind your back. At this time, you're under arrest for driving under the influence.
Oh, come on, dude.
Man, I aced those tests.
I did too.
Cards offset 2. Show 1 white male 1015 signal 1. Face this car, please. Just hang out right here. Hold on to him. I'll be grab some gloves. And 7-2 back. The 1015 should be the RO. Yeah, I have them inside my trunk. I forgot.
Is there anything?
Anything what?
I'm gonna lose my child for this.
Is there anyone at home with your kid right now? Is no one's at home with your kid? How old's your kid?
He doesn't live here, but I'm gonna lose him.
What do you mean you're gonna lose him? If he doesn't live with you, then you should talk to me. What's going on?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. I want to make sure that your kid's got someone taking care of him.
He doesn't live here. His mom will never let me be by him. No. Please don't do this.
We're beyond that point already. I'm sorry, sir. I have to do the job tasked with me by the state of Florida. All right, so go ahead and stand right up against the door of the car. Is there anything on you that I need to be aware of at this time? Do you have any pipes, drugs, any? Huh?
Nope.
Nope. All right. Just understand that if there is anything on your person and it's brought into the county jail with you, okay. Separate your feet wide for me. A little bit wider. All right. Bring your arms back a little bit. I don't want to pinch you.
There's nothing on you.
Inside your pocket, we have your phone.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe my keys.
Your keys are on the front of my. Nothing's in here.
Cigarettes.
Your cigarettes were in your car last I checked. Lean forward or lean back a little bit. Nope, don't go in. Hold on. I need you to stay by the back of the car. Separate your feet again. All right. If I take your belt off, are your pants gonna fall? Yes.
Yeah, probably. I'm so skinny. Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna leave your pants.
You can take the belt off.
No, I'm gonna leave the belt on until later. The jail's probably gonna end up changing you out because. All right. So we're gonna go and get you in the car. I'm gonna take your sunglasses here in just a minute. Your sunglasses will go with you. Go ahead and take a seat.
Can I turn the lights off?
We're gonna take care of all that. Go ahead and take a seat for me.
Watch your head.
Watch your head, please. I don't want you to bump it. I see you have earrings in. Are you able to take some of those out yourself, or?
Not all of them.
All right, so we'll get them out when we get to the jail. Lean back for me as best you. Oh, hold on. I got to double lock those. The cuffs. Lean forward for me.
You want me to get out, Dylan?
There we go. All right. So do you have any property bags? Mind grabbing one? Lean back. I'm gonna go and get your seatbelt on. I want to make sure your seatbelt's on nice and good. Lean as far back as you can.
At this point, I could have got it. It doesn't really matter.
Cool. Thank you.
Really? It ends just like that. We sat through all of that for no.
Oh, Jim, what does it matter with you? Where's the payoff?
A lot.
Where's the payoff?
Serial asks if she's drunk already. Apparently she is. So
Yes.
Yes, you are drunk. We are all drunk. And this BAC was 0.195, so me 2 wins, and can go back in time with the lovely Hank and Chief to visit Shuggy and make Shuggy buy 17 rounds for the house, beat him up, and then take his car. I guess that's what with the lovely Phil.
Oh, rich Corinthian leather.
That's right. Every time Pope Phil says that, or Pope Phil II says that, what happens? A drunk girl gets her wings. That's right. A drunk girl gets her wings.
Yes. Sorry, I was distracted by Gia telling us she's having an RB roast beef sandwich with barbecue sauce.
But did she get the curly fries?
Good question.
More importantly, did she get the jalapeno poppers? I like their jalapeno poppers. It's like just a breaded jalapeno filled with cheese.
Right.
I like their jalapeno poppers.
We have that.
3 days later, I don't, but for right now, yeah.
We have a local Mexican restaurant called Tasty Tacos.
Okay.
And they do a fried flour tortilla. So it's like kind of puffy.
Right.
That's what they're famous for. And they have pretty good jalapeno poppers, actually.
Okay.
That's where I get my jalapeno poppers.
Okay. Sirio says that Jim and Phil are awesome, and when Hank gets back, he will be too. That's right, but he'll probably be full. He'll be full. And speaking of full of it, we've had 9 sidebars today already. 9 sidebars.
Sidebars.
9 sidebars.
We have to go with the Massachusetts accent.
9 sidebars today, Buster.
How you like them apples? How you like them apples?
Yeah, you gonna bust a move? Gia went with the crinkle fries instead of the curly fries. You know what used to be good with their French dip sandwiches, and you dip the curly fries in the French dip. And that was good. I think
See,
I've shocked Pope
see,
Phil.
Matt G knows. See, Matt G knows.
What?
Tasty Tacos is an awesome quick Mexican restaurant.
See?
See?
Tasty Tacos, the taco place you want to go to when you're in a hurry. Not a hurry to go to the bathroom, but a hurry. But they
Well,
will
you
help.
might be after a while. You might be.
Yes, if you eat enough of their tacos, you will be using the bathroom. They are loaded, and so are we. And this isn't even how we're going to be in 6 hours. 6 hours from now when I'm reading the news, followed by a very special panel featuring Pope Phil, maybe Hank, Shuggy, maybe a bunch of you. Who knows who gets the invite tonight? Right here on Really Cool News for our second ever live panel.
Now, I need to correct you because you've been saying this wrong.
What have I been saying wrong?
When you read the snooze.
Oh,
the
snooze.
The snooze.
That's right. Someone came in and said we were the most boring thing he had ever watched, except he used to be at our old place saying that was the most boring thing he ever watched. So we either surpassed the boringness of that or he just is drunk. And that's all I can say. He's probably drunk. I don't know.
Probably.
Probably.
Well, you are his Yellowbird. You are his Yellowbird. So don't forget that.
I'm nobody's Yellowbird anymore. That's not what Rose calls me. She doesn't call me that. But I call her Boo Boo Kitty. So, ha. Ha.
Well, that makes a lot more sense there, Matt.
She calls me a cab. That's what she does.
Cap, huh?
Cab,
like she's gonna
C-A-B. C-A-B.
like a cap, huh? Like she's gonna put a cap in your ass.
No, a cab so I can get the hell out of there and leave her alone. That's it. Cab back to the airport. One-way ticket to Nowheresville. Because, yeah, sometimes...
That's Pennsylvania. Yep, Nowheresville.
Nowheresville. Hey, I live 10 miles north of the Little League World Series, which is coming up next month. The Little League World Series where the town has a literal 2-lane highway in front of the Little League World Series building. So when all these cars come, there's literally a 5-mile backup on both sides because it literally goes down to 2 lanes right in front of that building in the fields. So if you go out from late July till the end of August, it's literally just hell on earth because there is no other way to Harrisburg except past that building. So you're screwed, basically. But people make bank up here if they rent, even pre-Airbnb. If you rent out your house for that whole time, you're going to make your salary for a year because there are people coming from all over the world. And if you have a nice enough house, hell yeah. You rent it out, let alone parking. If you're on that road, if you're anywhere near the field, you can make several $1,000s a day just paying for just making
just having people park
your front yard.
Yeah. We have that in Des Moines. We're home of the Iowa State Fair, and near the fairgrounds. That's what everybody does on their houses is rent out, parking space, and they make pay off their mortgage, just in that 10-day span of, $15 a day to park.
Right. We also have what's coming up. We'll be back with you on Monday at 8:55 a.m. Well, I might not be. It depends on when and if I have to report to jury selection.
I'm telling you, all you have to say is, I think that every guy who gets a parking ticket should go to jail for the rest of his life. Who will not be on a jury.
I was stupid because I lost my paperwork. And I had to call the woman at the jury duty, and she was like, "Okay, well, your number, whatever." And I'm like, "Oh, well, it's funny that I've been called for jury duty because I've just been covering this trial. It's Boston based." And she's like, "Oh, so you need to get out of jury duty." And before I took that hint, I said, "No, it's fine. I can take the day off." But she was she was like getting ready for me not to have it. And I didn't was right enough to pick up on the line that she was letting me off the hook.
Jim. That'll teach you.
What?
That'll teach you.
Well, it was, it was last Friday, coming off of doing this for 8 hours. My brain was mush, and I have to call people and talk to people, and you know
Mrs. Tom, that was temporary on Mark's channel. So it's moving to its permanent home.
Yes, we'll be here tonight, and Mark may be joining us. Did anyone talk to Mark yet?
Sure somebody did.
Well, make sure you talk to Mark.
Right.
Anytime I talk to Mark, he steals my damn car.
That's what I'm doing right now, talking to Mark.
Yeah? Okay. Oh, Lord. We're still in the lunch break at the Karen Reed murder trial. I haven't even clicked. Apparently, I didn't click on the play button there to see if they're back in the building yet. So let's hit refresh over there. Remember, we had a handy accident earlier when my wonderful cat decided to drop my sound bar onto my keyboard as soon as I left for the last break. So not only did we change songs all of a sudden, I'm finding all these settings on my computer that she apparently changed by pressing random buttons. That was Cooper. Cooper is a black, long-haired cat who's very, very evil at times. So if there's anything wrong, don't say good kitty, Timo. Don't say good. So much love out there from our listeners. Oh my goodness. Are they viewers? Because they can't view us. I mean, we are technically video, but is it viewers or listeners? I don't know. We've got 2 more hours to go. So boyfriend lied.
I'm just the jackass on the internet that yells at clouds. You're the professional.
I'm not the professional. I thought you were the professional.
I don't have a channel. You have a channel.
I don't wanna.
And a paper. You're a journalist.
And the court is right back in session. And no, I'm a blogger.
But are you an award-winning blogger?
I am not, because you didn't make up the award yet for me to win.
I will get right on that.
You've got to get me an award. That's not an ice cream maker, touche.
Good afternoon, court back in session. Please be seated. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you, when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Currently, come up with seats to do. Well, let me. Those pages that I've just placed before you, do you recognize the content of those?
I do.
What do you recognize those?
They are text messages between myself and John.
And from sort of specifically that time period of the early morning of January 29th through the morning of January 29th?
Yes,
And what's contained in those, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the content of those text communications?
yes,
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his information put into your phone as far as contact.
yes,
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
yes,
Okay, who answered the phone?
John,
And then the contacts that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection on it.
Thank you. And this is subject to what we talked about in sidebar?
Yes.
Understood.
Thank you. That's exhibit 89. All right, thank you.
John, with respect to what's now been marked as exhibit 89, if I could, with the court's permission, publish that. Sure.
Yes.
Okay, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes,
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? And, thank you.
I'm back.
Okay.
What is that beeping? Is it on my end or is it?
No, I'm hearing it too. So I think Jim's put himself on hold or something. Because the trial is not playing either. So chat amongst yourselves. So what did you get? Did you get lunch?
No, I got my headphones from my P.O. box.
Oh,
Oh, awesome.
cool.
Awesome. And I'm back too.
And the
And
beeping has stopped. So it was Jim.
Okay. Mother beeper.
Was that sidebar 10? I just got back.
We couldn't tell if it was sidebar or not because it was frozen and beeping.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You had us on hold.
I didn't even touch anything, so.
Okay. Well, we were on hold.
Well, apparently it was sidebar 10.
So, Ms. McKay, with what's for you and what's up on the screen as the exhibits, there are sort of.
We only got 2 left in the bank. They need to hold them.
Can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating?
Well,
which
I've
direction
created
as far as
icons
blue
up to
bubble,
15.
blue bubble?
Green
Did you
is
do one-
John
Did
and
you
blue
do
is
1 through
myself.
4?
Yes, I did.
So the first text from this particular date, if you could just read the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And if it assists you, if you have that in front of you.
Okay.
So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, can you just read as far as that? Well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you receive that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation, he calls you back for the conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
Testified to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, and then you sent the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is that?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the, in the driveway?
You just scroll down. And again, with this bubble, if you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, then texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the window, to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see about?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what kind of response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the alerts?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next level. And similar to the prior one.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
Next level.
Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
Now, this is later in the morning, and then we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment. But at some point, you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then at some point, you texted John later on that morning, 29th.
Yes.
You know, the next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point.
Correct.
You could just, similar to the other ones.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retreat? Now, Ms. McCabe, I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to school?
Yes.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Actually, look at it, look up when you're finished. And if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page. Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a ascending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
Yes.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, do they appear in those?
They do.
Okay, may I have that?
It would help if I had the microphone on. Sidebar 11. Pope, it looks like they're going to blow right through your selection of number 12.
You don't know that. You're
Yeah.
just making shit up. You're just pulling that out of your ass.
What do you think, Hank?
Pulling out of your ass explains the smell.
It's certainly rosy fresh.
If you're gonna say Rosie smells like that, she's not gonna be happy with you.
Rose. You need to have a little talk with that boy. You need to have a little talk with that boy. It's, wow.
Lord, you're going to get me in trouble.
You did it yourself. You did it yourself.
Because it's the end of. Let's see, I should probably, while we have a break here, come up with sidebars 16, 17, and 18, because I figure we're probably going to need them. So if I robot in a second, that's why. This is where, Pope, you should fill the silence.
I go along with Depeche Mode. Enjoy the silence. Which is actually a really good song.
Fill the silence.
Which is a really good song.
Okay.
And we're back. This is continuing line coverage on Really Cool News. Really Cool News. On all your favorite streaming services.
As far as the first calls that you were testifying about, as far as when you spoke to Mr. O'Keefe on the way from the waterfall to the residents of Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes.
As far as, is there a time that's associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
Yes.
And what are
12:14 and 12:18.
And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I won't seek to introduce them as the next exhibit.
Is there any objection?
There's not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you had mentioned that during the course of the evening, shortly after you arrived at the residence of Fairview, you observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with course permission, I would ask to publish with this witness Exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
And Ms. McCabe, first and foremost, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you wanted to identify, please, Mr. Lally.
So, Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. Just click on the button and point to the screen. And if I could ask if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph, do you observe in this photograph where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house?
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, if you understand what I'm saying?
Using that just direct to his attention.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
So Lally, why don't you show another picture if this one isn't helpful?
If I could have Exhibit 6. Is it visible in this photograph?
Yes, so just follow this and then come straight.
And lastly, Exhibit 73. Now, Mr. Katie testified that at another point you come to the front door and you observe the vehicle in a different spot, right?
Correct.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just bring your attention to where in this photograph, if at all, you observe with the vehicle in a second.
It was right about, right near the flagpole.
Okay. Just come in, you can take that. Now, turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Did you think much of it at that point?
No.
Now, you leave the home around what time?
Approximately 1:30, roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband, Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband, Matt, was driving?
Yes.
Where are you seated?
And the front seat.
And do you recall where Ms. Levinson and Ms. Nagel were seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had, accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow this subject to my strength. There's a portion that's relevant. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car. And we made a joke about that. I had my niece earlier that week for the week. And so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And as, do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband Matt exited from residence in Fairview? And by that I mean, did he head towards Chapman or did he head towards
Chapman?
And so as far as, I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so as with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading past, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window or are you turned towards the console? Which way are you?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
And either of these girls, did you know where they lived?
No.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of yes, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
So you drop each of them off. Do you recall which order they were dropped off in?
Julie, then Sarah.
And then following dropping off Sarah, where did you and your husband go?
Home.
And this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Miss Nagel, Miss Levinson, and then going home, about how long a period of time was that?
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. Not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do when you went up to bed?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club
Just tell us what you do, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now, if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time, so I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what, if any, videos or any music or anything did you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you did?
So one of my sisters loves this song Raining Men. And she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances. And it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews.
Isn't that your wife's favorite song?
It's Raining Men?
Yeah, that's how she got you.
No, her favorite song is Grease. Grease is the word that you've heard.
She played it and you fell out of the sky.
Yeah, right.
That's how you became. That's how she got you in her life.
Yes,
that's right,
yes.
folks. It's
That's
Raining
right.
Men, responsible for The
For my
great-
marriage, yes.
yes, the great marriage of Pope and Mrs. Phil, and the
Yes.
great Chrysler Cordova shortage of 1978.
78.
Because we're not at all punch drunk right here on Really Cool News, here on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. YouTube. That's right.
YouTube.
We're here probably for another 90 minutes, and then tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be reading live news. Then in a separate event at 8:30, we'll be on a panel. So should we survive the next 90 minutes without Hank killing the both of us, which is a
Yes.
possibility.
Always possibility.
So
Take that, Chili. Take that, Chili. We might be the first ones to film a real live unaliving.
yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Hank.
Okay. How does the new mic sound?
A little
sounds
low.
good.
Little low. And now I can't hear you at all.
Because I'm not saying anything at all.
Okay, then. Then we'll be back.
Then it's working.
Yes. Then we'll be back over the weekend with me doing newscasts every night at 8 o'clock. But we are probably going to switch on Monday to 6 p.m. Eastern. So on
Okay.
Monday we'll be back at 8:55 a.m. every morning, every weekday, or every morning they're having this case, to do more coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial right here on Really Cool News. That's Really Cool News. And that one doesn't work. Anyway.
Okay.
Back.
How's the volume now?
Better.
Oh,
That's
good.
Much
That's
better.
good.
Yeah, that's good. Right there.
Okay.
Picks up your nice, rich baritone.
Yes, it does. Yeah, you had compliments when you switched mics. Someone actually noticed in the comments. Did Hank switch mics? He sounds better. I'm like, he's on his backup mic.
Well, the backup mic I've haven't been used is the microphone on my cam.
Okay.
So
you do sound much better with this setup.
yeah.
At least to me, anyway.
Yep. It's the new Black Shark Pro V2, I think.
Okay, it sounds good.
And if they would like to sponsor us, we would not turn that down.
Not at all.
Right. That's right. Okay, let's go back to the case while I find another document I have to download.
And we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed or went to sleep?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did, yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
And as far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed? Or?
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on. More often than not, I take it off, but there are times that I do sleep with it.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit, as far as the phone calls were concerned, were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes.
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into Bishop Fien, correct?
Correct.
She was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen.
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
Extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times, and she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called, because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight, and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
So never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
At some point you get back in touch with Kaylee or at least the phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, Jen, and then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
And this is while you're still in your home and you're in your bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. She was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was gonna meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview. So I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual and maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And who is Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know?
He has 2 daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least around the same age as Kaylee?
Yes.
And so based on sort of that process, thought process and what you're doing, what did you do next?
So then I start calling Tom.
And at any point in time that you call Tom, did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so following that, what did you do?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point I get up and I'm like, okay, well, gotta go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed, but then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could just take it back for a second, as far as a decade or so that you had known and been friends with John O'Keefe, with his either his niece or his nephew or both home, is him not coming home, is that something that had ever happened before, you were ever aware of before?
I was never.
Ask it to.
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids?
Objection. I'm gonna allow it.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming.
And where was the screaming coming from?
Out front.
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
Obviously, the first call was Kaylee calling from the house. That was
Yes.
the assumption. And then
So
subsequent.
was that a yes or no?
Yes.
And as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you then?
The first couple calls, I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised you?
Yes.
And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying at this point?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And in addition to Miss Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
Just
Ask in a better way. Did
yeah.
you see a vehicle?
So
Yes.
she sounded like a raptor.
Where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
It was in my driveway.
Yes.
I believe the driver door was left open.
I was thinking about Chili and his.
What kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning.
Yes.
And so as she's coming up your walk towards your front door,
Running, yes.
and then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Miss Reed showed up at your house?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with Ms. Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up and I believe I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car.
And she was still
then
drunk.
Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Kerry was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
When you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that, again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather at that point?
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
It was a
And
dark
you're driving
whiteout,
that vehicle
an
from
oxymoron.
Your house to Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
You're familiar with that residence? You've been there plenty of times before?
Yes.
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts, did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the circumstances of that or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Kerry would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kid sizes. So he took Kerry and myself and we went to Reebok. We bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Kerry and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you had as contact saved in your phone? Had you ever texted her or called her or talked to her over your phone before?
No.
So you indicated that Ms. Roberts then calls Ms. Reed's phone while you're in Ms. Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that, Ms. Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone the earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Ms. Reed talking next to you and then obviously Ms. Roberts on the other end?
Yes.
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Ms. Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all that, you could hear Ms. Roberts saying that?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were operating Ms. Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that?
I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as the camera or anything like that?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Back the vehicle out of the driveway, and you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Ms. Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Ms. Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Miss Roberts' attention?
The back right.
So passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see of that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is there were I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked taillight?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
And Mr. Cave, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What is that?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So from facing Mr. O'Keefe's house on Meadows, which side of the photograph would the driveway be? The left or the right?
The right.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I really like this house.
Yeah, it's nice looking.
It's large, but not too large.
Looks like it has a nice garage to the side
I'm
there.
showing you another photograph.
You can ignore the blood stains on the front lawn. Everything's fine.
Wrong house for the bloodstains.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's John's car.
And where is John's car in relation to John's house?
It's parked to the side of the driveway.
And you also see sort of the garage area in that photograph?
Yes.
Or may I approach? I'm going to seek to introduce in the minute as the next.
Objection.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury now as well.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Cave, with reference to.
Oh,
what's up
looks
on
like a
the screen,
3-car
that
garage.
photo is
Wow.
statutory.
Yeah.
Big.
And there are 2 garage doors on the house at One Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
Left
Oh,
or
just
right?
2.
Fairway.
2 doors,
Yes.
but it's a 3-bay.
You've been inside Mr.
Okay.
O'Keefe's house a number of times, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the garage door on the left, what was contained within that part of the left?
His old-fashioned car.
One that Kaylee didn't like?
Yes.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in?
It's pretty open.
How would you describe Mr. O'Keefe as far as how he kept things around his house, either in the house or the lawn or things around?
John was very meticulous. Everything had its place.
Now, when you arrived there on the morning of the 29th, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle wasn't parked in that, correct?
Correct.
From sort of the outside of the residence, were you aware of there being any sort of security cameras or anything on affixed to the house? Or
Yeah, every time they call it an old-time
Yes.
car, I'm thinking like Model T or something.
John
Right.
told us I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring and he would always show us it. He just was always watching.
And when he would show you that,
Mhm.
How would he show you? Like on what kind of device?
On his phone,
So he had the Ring application hooked up to his cell phone.
yes.
Now, with respect to that morning when you arrived, if you could, using the laser pointer, just sort of delineate for the jury whereabouts you had parked Reed's vehicle when you pulled in and see it.
Is still the prosecutor question, or is this the defense?
So it would be right there because John's car
Still the
was
prosecutor.
further over.
Mr. O'Keefe's car was further over to the fence.
Towards the fence, yes.
And so when you arrive there, you're looking at the taillight, and then at some point you go in the house, correct?
Correct.
How did you get into the house that morning?
The right garage door was open.
Now, is that something normal as far as when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house that a garage door is open in a snowstorm?
No,
And so you go in through the garage door and then you go into the house, correct?
yes.
And it's going to need to take it. So, Ms. McCabe, if you could describe to the jury sort of how you, when you come in through that right garage door and you start to go into the house, what is it when you see when you first come into the house, and what is sort of the layout of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
You walk in from the garage and there's a mudroom.
And typically when you would walk into Mr. O'Keefe's house, what, if anything, would you or anyone else do when they walked into his house?
Take off your shoes.
And why was that?
He didn't want dirt or that morning snow probably getting all over his house.
And so that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any time at his house on Meadows.
Yes.
And so when you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed walked into the home that morning into the mudroom, what did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts both took off your shoes, and Ms. Reed then just walked into the house with boots or shoes or whatever she was wearing on.
Yes.
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room. Carrie was also running
Parsons,
around
I have a
different
puffy
rooms,
jacket on right now.
And then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Did you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to when it at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes,
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked?
it was made.
And so then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
No.
And were you aware of where Patrick was, or did you know at that point?
At that point, I believe Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
Timo, I'd go buff with the puffy jacket.
When you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Oh. I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
So after that, where did the three of you go from there?
After that, the three of us got in the car and we drove to Fairview.
And when you say you got into the car, which part of the game?
Carrie's.
Yes.
What a fucking bitchy stare at the witness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stare she's giving is not saying any friendship right now.
Oh no, it's not.
Again, showing you two photographs. Again,
And Rosie, the logo you like is Jim's logo. He made that. I just used it to make a thumbnail.
Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes,
And what do you recognize those?
the defendant's vehicle.
And,
Parsons,
so
I
there-
are a journalism
Yes.
like
on the
Turtle
call,
Boy.
seek to introduce them as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank
I
you.
just haven't been able to afford to buy any awards yet.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish.
Well, Jim has been nominated for Snooze Fest of the Month, so we got our fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's right.
Ms. McCabe, what's depicted in this photograph is the defendant Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And in sort of focus here is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the tail light, if you could, with the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that. Now, ma'am, with respect to what's depicted in this photograph as far as any damage that you observed to this tail light area on the rear passenger side, is that consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing?
Correct, minus the snow, etc.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit. And again, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side tail light area, correct?
yes,
Again, what's depicted in this, is that consistent with what you observed minus sort of the caked in snow when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on the morning of the 29th?
yes.
Gentlemen, you can take that down, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to
Hey,
publish.
Jim, maybe you can make your
portion
news
of-
broadcast more exciting by reading all the chats.
I'm sorry. If I could publish. a
Oh,
portion
yeah,
of what's
for the
been
next
marked as
30
Exhibit
minutes.
6, this is the ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have video number 154 from the driveway. Just in case, directing your attention up to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 6 or video from Exhibit 6, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes,
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with the laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked, and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
that is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Walk straight.
Someone, if you could run this. Sorry.
So was this before they went searching for John?
Yes. Figured the tail.
Okay, you broke up.
Hold on.
Jim is not using a microphone from our hopefully sponsor, who would be whom, Hank?
It would be the Black Shark Pro V2 from I can't remember the name of the company that makes it.
But we're big fans. Big fans. Please sponsor us.
Big
Please
fans.
sponsor
Big
us.
fans.
The
Yes.
weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Yes.
Razor.
And lastly, in this line, Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, could publish just a very short portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to fast forward this to about 2 hours and 10 minutes. Maybe you could play from there. Stop it there. And again, what's in this video, do you recognize that, Mr. Kid?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is John's house.
I'm just going to play from there. Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly in front of you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
What do you recognize that?
John's driveway.
As far as what, if anything, do you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where is the defendant's car and where is Mr. O'Keefe's?
Mr. O'Keefe's car and to the defendant's.
And where do you observe the defendant's car to be? Is that essentially where you parked it at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
You may just hold me on.
Sure. I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Oh boy, here we go. Find what screen I was on.
I believe that's my magic number. I believe that's my magic number.
That is sidebar number 12. Sidebar number 12, people. We've got about an hour left of this scheduled. They will probably end still on this witness. I can't see them letting her go since she is the key witness in the conspiracy, allegedly. But a reminder that we're back, or at least I'm back, at 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern time, to read the news. Then immediately following, in a separate chat, we're going to have a panel discussion at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Just our Friday night show. Our first one on this channel, so we'd love to have you there. I'll be back this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Then we're moving the news to 6 p.m. Eastern starting on Monday. And also our daily coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial continues on Monday at 8:55 a.m. and will go all week long as long as they're having hearings this next week. Did I get everything?
I believe you did, yes.
I got everything. We posted the brand new actual court documents from yesterday over on
Juris,
my
I just want to tell
server
you, I
from the
appreciate council trying to work together for this. It's probably going to take too long, so we're just going to make do. We've had enough interruptions.
on the Blue Bacon case. So you can see those over on my server right now.
Now, Mr. Cave, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now, the condition of the passenger side tail light, is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that?
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
And so just, if you could, lastly, just with the laser pointer, direct your attention where in the video you see the rear passenger side tail light. Just go in if you think. Now, Ms. McCabe, you then, yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows Ave? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows Ave?
We were going to Fairview
And why were you going to Fairview?
because Karen kept screaming, we need to go to Fairview.
Now, who was seated where within the vehicle when you did it?
Kerry was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming at the car.
And as you're making that drive, or as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, the street lights, I would say about 10 minutes, give or take.
And as far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Carrie and myself. And she's just screaming, Carrie, Carrie, her name over and over, my name over and over, and repeating certain phrases. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
And while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat?
She's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, he didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he? So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the back seat while you were going from Meadows Ave there?
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
And so that would have been, Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And there have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother, correct?
Yes.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes, she asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, oh, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
And you recall who Carrie referred to?
Yes.
And who was that?
A woman that John had previously dated.
And was that anywhere recent in time to when you're driving around on January 29th? When they had dated?
No.
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before?
Correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what, if anything, did the defendant?
She was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that point?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names. Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom. And then as we got closer, I said, you know, just past, see where those trees are. Just past the trees is my sister's house.
As you got in that area of sort of the trees, from the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, a little. It goes the trees and then the fire hydrant, you know, then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what if anything happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the back seat?
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking the door, banging on the door, what did Ms. Roberts do?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
She just runs.
And runs with?
Straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about?
I was on the passenger side. So as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was?
Correct.
And you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there?
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what if anything could you see at that point?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. In Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Mr. Cave, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 12, and I know this is not something that pertains to your vehicle or anything else. But what I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive through Fairview Road that way. It's going to be quick play. Now, as this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I could just ask, what you see in this video, is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the conditions weather-wise that you observed when Ms. Roberts was driving from Meadows Ave?
Yes.
McCabe, you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton this is perspective wise as far as what street or where it is, any landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is.
Gonna break in for a second, confirming the reports that yes, as part of the ruling from yesterday, which we released to our Discord, which you can see in the scroll below, Chile de Castro has been ordered to pay the sum of $4,500 to the law offices of R. Paul Katrinik by July 15th, 2024, for sanctions in the case with Blue Bacon. That's our breaking news. You can check the news coverage tonight. We should have more on that at 8 o'clock Eastern right here on Really Cool News. We now return you to coverage of the Karen Reed trial already in progress.
Is Cassie, we just passed Cassie's Corner Store, and that is Chapman Street.
Again, Ms. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
Yes,
Where are
this is the top of Fairview.
we? So this will be from Chapman coming on to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes,
You would have been taking, instead of a right onto Fairview, you would have been taking a left onto Fairview?
yes.
And just come in.
That cruiser needs some new blades.
Yeah. Almost as bad as the Cybertruck blades.
Now, what's up on the screen and what you just observed as far as the ride down Fairview, is that Tabernacle Trail consistent with what you observed in Ms. Roberts was driving down that morning?
Yes,
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point that conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
A little bit more towards the top of the street,
So Bella's mother lives more closer to the top by cabin.
midway down, yes.
The vehicle in the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes, with the laser pointer, we could direct the jury's attention to where you see this property.
Oops.
Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, do you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame, I cannot. It's not clear.
Tell me if you could. See that area now?
Yes.
We're using the laser pointer just to direct the jury's attention there. I was coming if you could play this for.
You're getting really close to 300 subscribers, Jim.
Am I? Well, we need to reach 500 for our first level of monetization. And hopefully these are helping towards, I think it's 4,000 viewing hours we'll need for that. Then 1,000 for actual in-video advertisements or whatever.
It should be pretty close to the 4,000 hour by the time this trial's over.
Probably. They're updating daily, but the last updates they had was the 12th. So they're about a week behind. I'm hoping we had huge gains on like the 13th, 14th, etc., etc.
Yeah, because we've got 43 people watching,
Yes.
which has been about the average for all day.
Yeah, for us today.
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
And we're 6.5 hours into this broadcast.
They're saying, though, the average is only about an hour for a viewer, so I don't know.
Huh.
It's very weird. But let's get back to this coverage because this one's kind of important. All three women outside the car finding or around the body. I don't see how Karen Reed could have found the body in those conditions
McCabe,
from the back seat.
if I could just take you back to when you.
Can we get that
Right
defense
there,
counselor some Ricola so he'll stop coughing in the microphone?
He's been doing that all damn day.
What is it that you
yeah.
were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of our car.
Parsons, even before death, it's still a body.
In the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle,
Yes,
did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets, towels, whatever it was?
yes,
You called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Ms. Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes,
If you know about how much?
there was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that point how far Mr. O'Keefe was from the roadway as far as Fairview Road was concerned?
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
And so you make that call to 911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible. Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
So you're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on at that?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And at some point after you call 911, to either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
You know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders started to arrive?
From when I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first? Police. And is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as last?
I didn't see the officer in the video, but I know it was Officer Saraf was the first officer to arrive.
So then after the officer arrives, what happened?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Carrie's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
And while by him you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe's still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see anything about sort of what they were doing or what was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT asked, one EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him. besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Kerry came over with us as well.
I'd like to just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes.
That's something that you said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier. It was could I, did I? When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
Now, one of the officers takes her over to the back of her cruiser, is that right?
Yes.
You were over in that area as well?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood. Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John. And at that point, Karen told Kerry, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Kerry said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold and my hands were frozen and I have MS, and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm, and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And when you conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
You recall whether or not that came up as far as your search in Google? Is it something that you typed once or more than once?
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling, and then they were moving John. And the next thing I knew, we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
So you were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then? What did you do?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving, and they were asking questions about what happened.
And did you speak to those officers?
I did, yes.
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on, and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as far as medically that was going on with Mr. O'Keefe and all?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly. And then, she didn't answer. And that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
Regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up.
Yes.
And when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door.
And front door was unlocked?
Yes.
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house, and where did you go?
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room, and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a dog that they have?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe?
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
You come in, they're both sleeping, and what happened then?
I go over to the bed and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of response?
Brian responded first, and he was very, startled and looked at me like, what is going on? Nicole took a little, and, I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said, John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, who's John? I mean, they'd just woken up and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, like, why?
That's not what you think they thought.
Okay.
So what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Strike the last one.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on for?
A few minutes, at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
How did you know?
He's from Canton. He was, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met him through the years.
You're aware of who he was?
Yes.
It's hard not to know people in a small town.
No.
Yeah.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know.
Okay.
If you know, do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And when you come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, and the officer's there, you have a conversation, is that correct?
Yes,
Where did that first conversation occur?
in the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else, is speaking to the officer.
Brian and Nicole.
The conversation initially with the officer, you know about how long that went on.
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt, and then he arrives at some point after you're done talking to the officer, or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes, the officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay.
Hello, told you to stay.
The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
And so you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were?
Yes, Carrie came up and she had told me that she.
Not what she told you. Next question.
At some point, did you see Ms. Roberts and the defendant go?
Yes, to pick up John's parents.
I'll stay.
And as far as they left in Ms. Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving.
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
About how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back?
5 minutes, approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first response?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the rest of the time that you were there, is that correct?
Correct.
How long were you there that morning waiting for the state police?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband Matthew McCabe's there, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes.
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived, at some point around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No.
Were you aware whether or not there were any police or fire or anything that was still there at the time that Ms. Julie Albert arrived?
There wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about her demeanor or how she reacted?
Shocked.
Now, in addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning while you were there?
Officer Lank and Gallagher were there. And Brian Higgins came that morning.
And do you know how Brian Higgins came to know, or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? If you know.
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lang came back to the house, is that right?
Yes,
That was after some period of time when he had left?
yes,
He came back with another officer named Gallagher, is that right?
yes,
And why did they come back to the house?
because I called Officer Lank.
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
Julie Albert gave it to me.
And so you called Officer Lank, he then comes back to the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, what is it why had you asked him to come?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, once, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
And so there was something that you remembered and you gave him a call.
Yes.
And when he came back to the house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Reed had been stating that morning.
And specifically, what type of remarks are you referring to that you told Officer Lank when he came back?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And with your husband, I presume?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go?
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there, is that correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met?
I had never met Officer Proctor.
And did he come alone or was he with someone else?
He had another officer with him.
You know who that officer is?
Yes, Yuri Buchanan.
And have you ever met Yuri Buchanan?
No.
When you get home, about how long was it at the time from when you arrived home with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came back?
It was pretty quick.
Now, in addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why he came over that?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him, he's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed, and so I wanted his support.
And he obliged and he came over, correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
In my dining room.
And when you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes.
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
No.
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
Yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, those same officers talked to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian.
Yes.
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
In my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining room?
No.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you two separate pages, just ask you to look at each of them and then whenever you're finished.
Okay.
Do you recognize each of those documents and what the content is?
Yes.
And those are essentially, one contains text messages that morning of the 29th between yourself and Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
And the other one is sort of the list of phone calls between yourself and.
Did you say something, Jim?
Yes.
No, I coughed.
Before I get into those, as far as after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking for Carrie Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
Now, following that,
Visitor in jail or the
any
hospital?
further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce and admit each of those as the next two exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
In particular order?
Doesn't matter, whichever.
Text first, please. $94.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am. Now, you had asked the defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive that information from the defendant?
No.
And did you receive that information from any other source?
I must have, but I don't recall how.
And as far as asking for Ms. Roberts' information, why were you asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring him to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them and then further updates from Carrie about John and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
No further questions from this witness, Your Honor.
4 minutes to 4, I think we're way too much.
I don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
All right, jurors, I'm going to, we're not in session on Monday, so we'll come back Tuesday morning. So,
We got Monday off. We got Monday off.
Someday next week.
3-day weekend celebration.
Some of these Tuesday, Thursdays, longer days.
And how many sidebars did we have? Huh?
I need to make sure that recorded. I'm
Oh,
just
God
asking you to-
blessed.
All right, so please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see.
If you want to bring the
fit or
people,
read
Roddy,
anything
it's going to
about
be a
this
tight
case,
squeeze.
Please disregard it and leave everything.
Okay, folks, we do have a couple of surprises here. We had some AI generation in the last hour. We have an accurate photo of what pants looks like right now. Are we ready?
Oh,
This
yes.
is current AI photo of pants. There you go, right on your screens, people. That is pants. Are
Just how I imagined them.
exactly how you imagined him. And then we do have our pal and buddy and the Pope's favorite person, Anthony Caruso.
I'm sorry. That looks a little too buff to be Anthony.
Oh, it's a little too buff. Okay. And then, of course, we have an accurate depiction of Shuggy right now. This one's shocking, folks. Shocking.
I like my depictions of Shuggy better.
What's your depictions of Shuggy?
Anything Mr. Bean.
Okay, well, this is their. I typed in, show me a picture of a Scottish man at a bar, and that's what I came up with.
Okay.
So that is AI. It apparently knows Shuggy because look at those chemicals in the background. There's a vial of something.
Yeah.
And it's floating in the air.
I heard Shuggy might be a vile man.
There you go. So, folks, as they said, we won't be here Monday all day. We'll return on Tuesday. So, despite me probably making the what do you call it? The chat for Monday, we'll be moving that one till Tuesday or Wednesday or whenever I have the next one.
Is Monday some holiday or something?
I don't know. But I'm taking it, you know. And I'll probably have to go to jury duty on Monday anyway. So, with that, we're going to get out of here tonight at 8:00 Eastern as scheduled. I will be doing the news. I will be reading all the news that's fit to print and some that's not. Then immediately afterwards, at a separate event on this channel, we'll be doing an hour-long panel with some of the folks we've talked about today. Hopefully we can get Hank and Phil on, plus maybe Verbo, maybe the Australian Mr. Caruso might stop by. So if that happens, Hank, you have to help me restrain Phil from getting in a fight over cricket with him.
It's not a fight. Cricket's not a sport, so.
We also may see us passing by of Shuggy and Mark the Sarcastic Lawyer or law student. So all of that at 8:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. Then tomorrow night and Sunday night, I will be back at 8:00 both nights to read the news. And then the news is moving to 6 p.m. Eastern starting Monday. So with that, we're out of here. Any last words, guys?
Get a nap in.
Get a nap in because you're going to need it. Okay, well, let's find our music and get the heck out of here. This music is always, as always, inspired by Shuggy's tales of the sea as he has lived through them. Yes, that's right. Shuggy is a seaman. We'll see you tomorrow night, or we'll see you tonight. And I've got the giggles. So take care, all. See you later.
Look ahead, look astern, look the weather in the lee. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to thee, a sailing down along the coast of High Barbary. Then hail her, O captain, he called o'er the side. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. Oh, are you a pirate or a man of war, he cried, a sailing down along the coast of High Barbary.